just sit in
Really
silence
don't.
for 30 seconds.
I've done that before.
Is my mic good this time? I know it was all fucked up last time.
Your mic
Yeah,
seemed good.
why?
Do you have food in your mouth?
But I'll turn you up.
Yeah, aside
I
from
do
the
have
fact
it
that
in
you're
my mouth,
eating.
yeah. I am
Okay,
chewing
then
on
yeah,
popcorn.
then yes, your microphone is fantastic. I can tell.
Hello, everyone. This is me. I'm chewing on popcorn. You're welcome.
Hello.
I wish I had popcorn.
I do, but it's not cooked. And I also just brush my teeth, and I can't do that. That's like, it's like orange juice, except,
Orange juice?
yeah, except it hurts. Anyway, hello, welcome to Wildfolk, episode 61.
I get to see
We're
my
still
friends
level
again.
You guys are still, most of you are still
it's
level
baby
8
boy.
for a little bit longer. That's likely to change very soon. When we left it off,
And
you guys were split into two groups, 4 of you, most of you, including Biscuit, who will hopefully show up at some point. We're traveling to Exisas to do some investigation of Tesseract and possibly figure out where Rita is. And I won't spoil the results because you guys are going to meet up with Baby Boy soon, and then you can go over all of it. Meanwhile, Baby Boy was traveling on a solo mission up north to Avarice, back to the old growth where you guys just were, to set up a trap and try to ambush Threnaliax and Farinexvac, the dragons you guys don't like, while they were gone. The plan now is to regroup and go to their castles while they're gone and rob them blind. Finn and Darwin are heading to Threnaliax's, specifically trying to rob them of his daughter? A child? They're trying to steal a child from him. While you guys go to Farinexvac's castle to steal the Tome of the Echo Tyrant, an ancient relic that might contain information about chronomancy. And
Wait,
also,
is that
Far more valuable than a child.
far more
Yeah.
valuable than a child. And also, possibly, a bunch of other valuable shit, like some relic seeds that can be used to create artifacts for each of you. And, you know, probably a dragon sword, because that's what dragons do.
Oh, I think it's
There we
a
go.
dragon sword, and I was like, a dragon sword? What did that do?
Dragon sword.
Dragon sword. There might be a dragon sword. Hello, Biscuit. Biscuit, I have a question for you. We are playing D&D, but this is a little bit of a meta thing. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to... It's above the board. It's behind the curtain, but I want you to answer the way that Fetch would answer. What's a
I
dream?
can't believe you're just...
A message being sent to you from someone else, some other presence, usually spiritual or otherworldly,
Okay.
if I had to guess.
I like it. Cool. Wonderful. Describe for me in like 30, 45 seconds. You know, dress it up a little. Just a normal dream. What if I say imagine a dream, what does that dream look like to you?
Probably like just random stuff. Wandering through a location that I was hanging out at that earlier that day, or a couple of days ago, or a place that I've been thinking of. And then there's like people around, but they're kind of nebulous, and sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not, and they drift in and out. And then you end up, I don't know, this happens, that happens. There's like some flying flamingos and pink elephants, and you're licking a plate of gravy, and you have clothes on, and oh my god, you just realized that. How embarrassing.
How embarrassing is he? Wonderful. We are going to start by jumping over to... We're going to flip a coin. No, we're going to roll a d5. A 1 is Baby Boy. Anything else is everybody else.
Wow.
That's how it works. There's 5 of you.
It's okay. I only waited 3 months.
Well, I got to tell you about what happens when when there are 10 people in a
I'm
party.
just being facetious.
It was also self-inflicted. You decided to do that.
True. We jump over to Liberty. Specifically, I guess we jump back over to the Orchard, which is about about 4 hours west of Liberty on horseback. You guys have just woke up in the morning, gathered up your things. Booker and Rita are both with you at the Orchard. What is the plan? This is the day after the incident at the Tesseract lab.
I believe the plan, and well, I guess let's do this in character as we all get together for breakfast around the table.
Yeah.
There's kind of 2 ways to go about getting back to landfall. There's well, the cheap way and the expensive way. The cheap way is go through an official portal. They're going to ask for identifications. You're going to have to go through customs. It'll take us to Famador, and that way to me seems like not really an option, frankly. One of the providers of that service is Tesseract, and that is certainly not an option, I don't think. The other is Gold Rush something?
Yeah, I believe it's Gold Rush shipping.
But in any event, the cheap option involves getting processed through Sierra Customs and probably answering a lot of questions about who you are and where you're going and why. The expensive option is just paying somebody to teleport us directly to landfall. No questions asked, no paperwork, just a mage providing a service for a company. I am in favor of the expensive option. I think we should avoid leaving any more of a paper trail than we'd have to. The trouble is, I've only got enough on hand here to pay for 4 of us, and she kind of looks to the table to Booker and to Rita. That means that we would need to pay for that service twice. It's about 360 gold or so.
Jesus. I've got like 15, 16 gold.
No, I've got enough for us, Book. For me and you and Rita and...
Well, I mean, if they helped, I want to make sure they get through too. And Rita says, I'm very afraid. I don't have anything on me. They took everything. I assume it's back at the... I didn't have anything valuable, but I assume it's all back at the prison.
Stands to reason, but...
What prison?
Going back there is an option either.
The Liberty, the municipal jail.
There isn't much of that prison left.
Yeah, I don't think you catch my meaning.
Oh, right, the bugs on the way. I forgot we kind of like fast forwarded through all those bugs. There's rust wigs all over that prison. And then, the Tesseract lab itself is ablaze.
There is no prison.
Yeah. Right. Well, I don't think I'm going to see my wallet and all, 12 silver that was in it ever again. I'm fine with that.
I got 40 gold.
This is kind of a aside, I guess, but Rita, are you worried at all about what happens to the school and the people there? Do you think Tesseract will take out their vengeance on that?
You see in her face that, she is still kind of catching up on everything that's going on. As far as she knows, she was having a weird situation where, she kind of suspected some stuff was going on because they were holding at a jail for several weeks without explanation. And then she suddenly learned in an instant what has actually been happening, and she's trying to process all of it. And you see that she works her way through her mind down this long list of all the things that she should have been thinking about the whole time and gets to that. And she thinks about Arlo, and she thinks about the fellow teachers, and she thinks about the tree. And you see that there's a new panic added to the list. Oh damn. Yeah, that could be a problem. I guess the only... we should tell him. We should send him a message at least. I can work on sending them a message so they can at least skedaddle out of town for a little while.
Yeah,
I don't know if we can risk trying to pick up everyone in that school, and I don't think many of them could afford it even if we did, but we can send them a message.
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. At least let them know that so they're not blindsided if some Tesseract cronies come knocking.
Yeah, that's probably the fair bet.
But I know a place we can go for private, no questions asked teleportation. We just have to round up enough money for it.
All right. Well, if we can cover it, it sounds more secure. I think at the very least, you and I probably shouldn't be going through customs like this. The rest of them, I don't know. Do they? How many people saw you on the way in and out? Are they going to be looking for you?
Well, we did sort of sell an entire steam locomotive to a nearby company upon our arrival. But I don't know, we didn't... That was not in Liberty, that was a couple towns down. I don't know if people know that we're here. We spent the day at the school.
The big question, too, is not only do they know you're here, but do they know that you're responsible for everything going on?
Right.
I won't fault you for the security, though. Let me take a look through my spells and see if I have anything useful here. And she kind of like begins to put a finger up to her glasses, and you hear like a faint clicking noise as she starts to essentially shuffle through lenses like you do at the optometrist. You see her eyes kind of go cross-eyed as she reads this tiny print on the insides of her lenses. As I, in character, look to see if she has anything to either sneak you guys around or quickly make some money. I don't think she does, but she is like a city mage, so maybe.
So assuming that we don't have any other options, how do we want to divide this up? Like I said, me and Rita and Booker could take one more person with us. At least two of us trying to find a different way, unless someone here has enough money to pay for a whole second round of teleportation.
But I only have like 15 gold too, so I don't think I can afford your expensive method. But like, we could potentially disguise ourselves and just go the cheap way, or at least Fetch and I could.
Yeah, I get the sense that probably the two of you would be the two to have the least trouble going through customs. Customs in Famador is run by Cyril, and I imagine Tex might have more trouble than the rest of us.
Rita does say, I mean, assuming they have no reason to be suspicious of you, it's just another day. I mean, they put hundreds of people through that dock every day. If you're not on a list and they don't know you by your face, they're just going to ask you your name, where you're from, and what your business is, and then move you along so they can make more money.
I'm going to put down 5 gold coins on the counter, the table. How much gold is this?
That's 5 gold pieces.
Okay, how much do I need?
For the cheap method, 1.5 of those.
And no, you don't have to break it in half.
You can if
They
you
can
want,
get-
but no, you don't have to.
I can count, by the way, but I don't know the denomination. Well, I did this with silver coins, and they told me it was worth 50, and I thought, what do you mean? It's 5 coins. How's it worth 50?
I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
I have enough to cover us. We can go the expensive way. The question is whether or not Landfall is where I want to go back to.
What do you mean? Where else would you go?
I don't have a destination at the moment.
If you, obviously, I assume your next step is trying to find your mother. I imagine heading back to Landfall might be the best first step in that process. That's where the windows are, our sort of teleportation hub to get at least as close as you can to wherever you need to be.
We can try to contact her again, but we're going to need gold for that, so we might need to finish this job that we're on.
Booker is like, and if you don't mind my asking, what I assume the job was whatever you guys just did. Are you on some bigger job?
Jane kind of rubs her forehead a little bit. Says, yeah, this was an errand we were running on the way to our bigger job. There's a book. Well, each of us has our own reasons to be going where we're going next. My reason is that there's a dragon up in Everest that has a book that I think has a lot of the answers that I need to perform the kind of chronomancy that I'm trying to perform. And
I see. So you're going to negotiate with this dragon. You're going to buy it off him.
she kind of
He smiles. He knows that is not the truth. But there is like a hope in his eyes. Like, please let that be the truth of this.
truth of the matter is I would rather do it that way if I thought it was possible. We have a friend already up there that has created a sort of diversion for us, or at least he was fixing to. So the hope is that when we get up there, Dragon's not in his castle, and we can just make a quick infiltration.
You see Rita, like, fumble to do the motions of, like, drawing a flask, and then she stops herself. And she instead just kind of says, well, I'll be. We have escalated quickly since our early tutelage.
That's, I spent, what, a year, 2, studying books under you, and it's amazing how much faster you learn when you put it through its paces.
Yeah.
And she kind of reaches and pulls her like pocket watch out and looks at it for a second as she's saying that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, you're right.
I've got a million questions for you still, by the way, but let's cross this bridge first, I suppose. We can
Sure.
talk more at landfall.
Yeah, the more distance we can put between ourselves and... if they got the shields back up, it would be real nice to be somewhere with shields.
Did they get the shields back up? I don't remember.
They have the bulwark up at least, yeah.
Yeah, they've been chipping away at getting all the services back up. The windows are back, or at least they're operational. They aren't all working, but the hub is. The bulwark's back up. We've got the orrery, not the orrery, but Jane will tell her. The stuff
Yeah,
that's
you kind of
active.
list off some of the things back. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, great. It's a plan then. So, 2 groups through the expensive method? One covered by you and looks to Jane, and the other covered by Fetch?
Just to clarify, she looks at Fetch with his 5 gold coins on the table. And says the expensive method is 360 of those. Do you actually have enough?
I do.
All right.
I'd have to count to be sure, but I'm almost positive I do. I have well more than enough. I don't spend my money on anything.
Yeah, sorry. The truth, I would have liked to just pay this for you all. I know a lot of you came here sticking your necks out pretty far for me, but just paid off a pretty expensive mortgage. And she kind of looks down at her back of her hand, herself, that she has just paid off.
I can't remember. Have you mentioned that, like, the jailbreak resulted in a lot of violence and destroying... Oh, wait, you guys didn't destroy... Oh, my God, you have the upper torso, right? Do you still have the upper body, or did you execute her?
Susanna Bowers is
You have
with
the
us
upper
as a
body of
torso.
Susanna Bowers as a robot torso. And I think Booker kind of looks over at that and is like, speaking of which, I don't suppose we can get a refund on that more. Like, I don't think that our account is in good standing no matter what we do, so, like...
Yeah, in hindsight, it might have been a little impulsive of me to go and do that.
It's fine, dragon. You're going to go rob a dragon. We'll be rich. We'll be rich as days.
Truth is, Book, it's been a really dangerous and scary couple of months since I left, but I've also come upon more money than I've ever thought I would see for as long as I lived. It's all gone now, but there's a lot of money in this adventuring business.
Jane, you have, for as long as I've known you, been reckless. You've gotten me in more trouble than I can remember, but you have never been stupid. If you're making all these decisions, I trust it's for a reason. He says, trying to convince himself as best as he can, and I will do my best to play along. All things gotta go after a while anyway, I guess. And he looks back towards the orchard, kind of realizing that it may be a long time till he sees it, if it is here at all in a few months.
Can I get a read on Booker?
Sure.
Just insight?
Yeah, give me an insight check. It would be a difficult read for a lot of people, and in your new state, it's a difficult read for you, but you know him better than most. The vibe that you're getting is shit just got very weird in the past 48 hours. He has seen a lot of evidence that you have gone fully rogue, that you have started burning some enormous bridges. But you also showed up with pretty good evidence, if not explicit proof, that there is a foundation to your theory beyond, oh, I know it must be possible. You brought evidence, oh, it is possible, and it appears to have already even maybe happened. the ride or the vibe that you get off of him more than anything else is trying not to build his hopes up too much. He's trying to, like, in the back of his mind, be like, okay, what happens if in 48 hours she is committed to a psych ward? Like, how do I deal with that possibility? But what he wants to do is indulge entirely in the hope that you presented to him.
Yeah. I think that, like, heartens Jane in a way. Like, so much of their struggles for the last 2 or 3 years have been her being, like, insistence that this was possible and that it could be done. And his, like, Jane, you got to move on. This is a fairy tale. So just seeing him even, like, I don't know, warm to the idea that this is possible is heartening to her in a way that maybe is actually kind of insensitive. But
Right. All right. It sounds like you guys have a plan. You're going to head in, pay for 2 expensive but private and non-documented teleports from essentially competitors of Tesseract who don't give 2 shits if you guys were responsible and won't really know that you were to begin with. They won't ask any questions. You will get a nice, clean teleport directly to where you want to go. Which begs the next question. Because you're paying for this ultra-expensive private option, they can send you anywhere on the planet. Do you go to Landfall?
it's a good point. Landfall has a portal to Pi, right?
Correct. You have a portal which has not been announced to the public yet. But thanks to Ledger Brother Dudley, it takes you straight to the capital city of Pi up on the top of the mountain.
And remind me, where are we going in Avarice specifically? Like, where are we supposed to meet Baby Boy?
Right. You guys have been in contact. You have the things that Branch's contacts got you, the little ear thing. So you can speak to Baby Boy if you want, and presumably have been this entire time.
Really?
Yeah, he has one of
Totally unaware of this.
Yes, that is with an understanding of how these
importantly-
clips work. Right, Tex.
Importantly, we don't know who else has these and is
I
listening
use
in.
code.
So
Speak in riddles.
Right. That is the downside here. It was a gift given to you for free by somebody who received it as a gift given for free anonymously. And that, like, everyone who's using these things is kind of doing so with the understanding that surely it must be tapped by someone somewhere. Why else would they give it to them? And for the record, you guys know for sure that the other half of this party does, the one going east. Baby Boy does. Either Finn or Darwin does. And then, like, 2 or 3 of Branch's sister's friends at the art club do. So, like, there's a group chat, and there's no way to tell how many people are listening at any given time.
I remember why I forgot that these existed is because you told me this, and I went, okay, so never ever use that
Right.
for a reason.
yeah,
Right. So, yeah, unless you probably have alternative ways to get in touch with people if you want. For the
I say
record,
I've got.
Rita has the dream spell. She used it.
I say I've also got Dream Message. So
perfect.
I think I even sometime in the last 9 months since I talked to Lucia about this game out of character,
right.
sent him a Dream Message at some point. Maybe I don't
Yeah,
remember.
that was years ago.
It was.
But also, it was also like maybe 3 days ago for me. I think I'm one day behind you guys. I think you
I
guys
think
are in the
that's correct,
future
yeah.
for me.
Sounds familiar. Anyway, we obviously cannot take Booker with us to go steal from a dragon horde. I
Same.
imagine it's not a great idea to bring Rita either. I imagine you probably have some resting and recuperating to do yourself.
I sure would like a little time to catch up with whoever's at the guild about whatever's been going on. I'll help you out as much as I can, of course. I owe you that, but I don't know if jumping straight into a dragon's castle is what I'm fit to be doing right now, yeah.
No, definitely. So my inclination is landfall, although I guess we could, if we're paying for 2 teleports anyway, we could pay for 1 to send Booker and Rita to landfall, and the rest of us could go straight to the county of Fairnexavac. Frustrate Choke.
whatever keeps us
Unless we-
from needing to travel.
Yeah, agreed. I think time is probably of the essence, and yeah, I think that's probably our best option.
All right.
Jane looks sad, and also looks to Booker like a little. She doesn't love the idea of like sending him off to landfall by himself to get comfortable with this whole new place, but you know, desperate times.
Right. You know, he's got like a little backpack that he's loaded up with some of his most essential things, but he's essentially in bug out mode and he knows it.
Right. Yeah, so I guess we go teleport Rita and Booker to Landfall, and the rest of us straight to Restaurant Joe.
All right. Yeah, you
That's
guys
my vote.
head over to one of these private establishments in Liberty. Nobody gives you a huge... Actually, let me get from each of you just a stealth or a deception check on the way in. This is very easy. It's don't roll a 1 and blow your cover by telling a guard who you are. Totally fine. Totally fine. An easy roll, but there is a chance to mess this up. Totally fine. And 1 from Fetch.
I'm fighting with myself. Please talk me out of using my -2 society and talk me into using my +6 stealth.
You do whatever
Please.
Fetch would do. But also Sketch can try to talk you out of it, yeah.
I mean, Fetch would just do this.
Yeah, you're fine. Totally fair. Again, it's not like there's a manhunt for you. You imagine that there are some people at Tesseract who are very upset with Jane specifically. But like a lot of the people who saw you leave that place are in your backpack right now. Which does beg the question, what are you doing with Susanna
I was
Bowers?
about to say, is she a
counts
creature?
as a creature. She 100% counts as a creature.
Damn it. I guess she's got to go back to Landfall with Rita.
All right.
Her. Hate it.
Yep.
I hate this so much. I need Jane and me, Zeke Smith, want so badly to sit in a room with Jane and Susanna and talk for 90 straight hours. Instead, I have to send them somewhere else.
We do have a little bit of time.
I was going to say, you had
Just
all night last
question
night.
her right now.
Yeah, if you want to do that, you had
And
all
then
night last night.
Kill her.
It's true. I guess we could just talk to her first.
For sure. I don't want to rush you past that.
Yeah, maybe we like on the way have enough time to talk about, or like even this morning.
Yeah, you have a 4-hour horseback ride to Liberty anyway, so perfect. Before we do that, let me jump over to Lucy. You have a hand raised.
Yeah. So in my last session, I did contact them with the earpiece, and we did plan to meet up.
Okay. So
I know that there was a little bit was puppeted because no one was there.
Right. We're
But
a little out of sync.
Yes.
So this does beg the question. Baby Boy
Because
attempts
I have
to speak
no
to
way
you
of- I have-
through the earpiece last night. Was anybody wearing it or around to hear it?
I don't think Jane would not wear it. Like, I don't know if she's the one who has it for our group, but if she is, she would wear it. She's just not talking into it.
Yeah, there were a handful passed out. It could be a couple of you if a couple of you wanted it. Then Jane, there is a point, kind of, late evening, a couple hours after dinner. Baby Boy, what do you say?
Like, I kind of forget what I said last time, so I'm going to try to
Yeah, you can ad-lib it. You can kind of make it up.
First off, like, things didn't go exactly as planned. I'm making my way back towards you. Where should we meet?
Boy, I really don't want to talk into this thing. So when did I get this message? The previous night?
This would have been, at the orchard last night, after your thing at Tesseract.
It probably would have been even before that.
If it was too much earlier, then it was while you were in the dungeon.
Either way, I'm out of mana, so I can't dream message him back until the next day, at which point he's not going to get it until the following night. That said, I am not going to answer in this thing. I'm entirely too worried about who could be listening. I think receiving that message from Baby Boy in my earpiece the night before, when I'm completely out of spells, I will plan to prepare dream message in the morning so that I can tell him that we will meet him. Boy, I don't know. So it's been so long. Do I know where Baby Boy was doing his business? Where was he at?
He explained that he was heading back up to Avarice, back up to the Vesper territory, which is up along the north. It's just like a day and a half, maybe 2 days east of where you guys are going, to that pond that was the entrance to the old growth, and he's setting a trap there. Originally, months and months and months ago in real life, I believe the plan was to meet you guys back at Pi when it was all said and done.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe we do just go back to Pi, wait for Baby Boy there, since that's where he's going to meet us anyway.
I'll at this meta, I will beat you there.
And then that way we can go all just to Landfall and get settled in there and have time. Because it sounds like, so, I mean, I guess I don't know this in character. It sounds to me, both in and out of character, based on what Baby Boy just messaged me the night before, that he's like, if we teleport to Rust Choke this morning, he's not going to be able to get there. He's not expecting to meet us there, and I don't have a way to get him a message to tell him to get us there, or telling him to meet us there. And even if he did, it would take him 2 days at least, based on what I know of where he's at. So maybe we reverse all those plans and we just go to Pi.
Okay. Perfect. Easy peasy then. That being the case, since you can go straight from Landfall to Pi, do you all go to Landfall first, have your talk with Susanna, drop off Booker, Rita, make sure that things are safe, and then take the portal over to Pi?
Yeah, that's my vote. If everyone else is on board.
Excellent.
Seems easier.
Excellent. Then that is what happens. You guys are able to start your ride back. We'll have that discussion with Susanna here in a second. But real quick, let's go over to Baby Boy. Baby Boy, you don't get a response when you send this message for one reason or another. You are still hearing other people talking, mostly the people in the art club, but every now and then people from the desert group. They have communicated once or twice. What do you do?
At this, what moment in time is this?
This would have been the morning after you woke up here in the Northeast in Argumentivex's lair.
This is my current day.
Correct. This is your current day.
All right. Well, I guess my plan is probably going to be go back to Landfall. I still want to do all the stuff I want to do. I know that I'm a day ahead of them.
Oh, right. You're right. It is one day ahead. So it would be on the day that you're traveling towards Argumentivex's place.
Yeah. And I still got to head to Lord Argumentivex's place.
Yep.
Fastest way to travel.
Excellent. You head over that way. We replay everything that you did in your solo session. And then the night comes and goes. You wake up in the morning. You have other things that you're doing there. Let's see. Let's get some rolls for some of those things.
I'm not gonna do the Elemental Sentinel because there's no way I can get the result I want.
Understood.
Until I get the cowl, and I don't have it. My funds are going to be drained in a minute.
Totally fine. Let's see. Do you do well, I guess you have to find the body before you can do that part of the plan.
Yeah. So that's.
If you talk to Dirge about doing this job, she is on board for a reasonable fee. She will essentially charge you about 3 gold a day. She takes down all the details if you're okay with that price. She does say, okay, so...
is that roughly what I was paying her before?
I think that's about the same. It's pretty comparable. I'll double check that, but I think it's about the same. Either way, she does say, so I got to tell you, I'll report back. I'm not going to dilly-dally. I'm not going to run the meters for no reason here. But you're looking for somebody who died in the Garden of Eden.
That's not what I said. I'm looking for I'm looking for the sun.
Oh, you're looking for the sun. Oh, easy. Finding people? Easy. I got it. Yeah. Yeah, 3 gold a day. I'll look them down. If I can't find them in 4 or 5 days, I'll report back to you and you can decide if I want to keep going.
Okay. I probably will look up. I want to look up what I'm paying before. That seems higher, maybe. But yeah. I don't remember because it's been a minute.
For sure. I'll make a note. We can check the exact prices. For the record, she does bump her prices. I guess there's no danger associated with this. We'll figure it out between sessions.
There's no danger involved with this one.
Yeah. Well, I'll make a note. We'll sort out prices later. But either way, she gives you a price. We'll negotiate it. Tentatively, she takes the job. Let's see. What else were you doing?
But if she's gonna scalp me, I might just,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Instead, focus on getting my network up instead.
Yep, we will hammer that out here in a moment. That brings us to the other one. Siltra.
Yeah, we're not there yet. We still have Argumenticus's keep before we even get to Kite. So I assume that we would do their stuff when we left the keep.
Okay.
Unless you wanted to get that done now.
Got it. Nope, totally fine. We'll fast forward. You get to the keep. You have your night that we had in your solo session. Night comes, morning comes. You wake up. You still so I guess Jane, you prepared Dream Message.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and go back to your group and figure out how things go then, yeah.
I think I'm still ahead of I'm still technically behind time from them.
Yes. So, Jane,
okay.
Your group is heading to Liberty. Do you have the conversation there or do you wait till you get to the landfall?
With Susanna?
Right.
If we're all going to landfall anyway, I'd say we just bring her with us. Again, if these are truly no questions asked.
Truly no questions asked. Yep.
And they're not going to question us bringing the top torso of a person with us. Then I'd say we just bring her with us to landfall and we can have a conversation there so we can get going. I don't want to waste any more time than we have to.
Excellent. Then that is what you do. We pull back over to the landfall campus where you guys begin to get settled in.
So do they run into me then?
Are you at the landfall campus?
I told you I would be. I'm a day behind. I'm like in like their today is my tomorrow.
Checking.
Because I had a whole day of waiting for them to do.
Orchard, the Wax Jungle.
That's why I planned this day of doing stuff to kill time while I waited for them.
Yes, you're totally right. So, I had it backwards. You're a day ahead of them, not a day behind them. Baby boy, you don't hear from them when you send your message. You go to Argumentavex, you do your thing. Night passes, morning comes. What do you do? So Veralex offers to fly you down to Pi.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake up pretty early so that I can try to speak with Argumentavex. Probably, I assume that because this is a really fancy castle. There's like a servant bell in the room.
Yes, absolutely.
So I'll ring it. Nice.
So you ring this little bell, and you hear just like a fucking dirge bell that resonates throughout the tall stone chambers of this incredibly ominous castle. And then eventually you hear the creak of a heavy wooden door, and it cracks open, and you see that a very finely dressed skeleton, who has some sort of like a curled mustache affixed to his skeletal face, says, "Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?"
I was hoping that you could answer some questions for me, and then if Lord of Argumentavex is awake, if I could have a meeting with him.
You see he does the skeletal equivalent of blinking a couple times, processing the words. "Yes, of course I would be happy to help. I don't believe the good master ever sleeps, but he has retired to his chambers and has not yet emerged. I can fetch you as soon as he does."
Oh, that would be lovely. Could I ask you a few questions?
Certainly.
What has your experience been like being undead?
That's a bit unusual, but I suppose early on I don't remember much of it, just as I imagine you don't remember much of your early childhood. But over time I have memories of living here, of doing simple chores, of reading, a lot of reading. I read for entertainment. I would travel occasionally, although never too far. I would wander through the town, I would talk to the people. Mostly doing errands, business.
Do you enjoy it?
I do. It's a good living. Or, well, I guess as close as it gets for somebody like me.
Do you feel like it's fairly comparable to your life previously?
In truth, I don't think that I could tell you. I don't remember much of my life before.
Is that quite normal?
It's my understanding that it's pretty normal. I've read and heard from the good master a couple of times that some undead eventually come to learn quite a lot about their former lives. They typically do so through travel, through experiencing things that they were near in life. The thought has crossed my mind, and he has certainly offered it to me, but the truth is, this is my life now. Whoever I was before, that's a different man with his own problems, and they're over now.
I see. So you don't feel robbed of your rest and reprieve of the afterlife?
I don't, I suppose. Whoever I was in the afterlife is also a different person, with their own problems, which are on hiatus while I'm here. I imagine that if the afterlife is anything like I've heard it is, that this is a brief blip in the eternal bliss that they're celebrating. Or, even better, if they were kind of a dick, then a brief pause in the torment that they were suffering.
I see. Oh, well, thank you for being so candid with me.
Certainly. The master warned me a little bit about you.
Oh? What did he say?
He said you're very, direct. I like that. I think the master likes that too.
Oh, good. I hope I'm not being impolite.
Certainly not. I've not gotten that impression.
Well, if I could have some breakfast and then whenever the Lord of Argument Vex is available, I would love to meet him before I have to leave.
Certainly. What can I get you for breakfast?
Something filling, perhaps. Bread, some meat.
Certainly. He begins to take down notes, and 20 or 30 minutes later, like 7 of these butlers come up here with just a smorgasbord of freshly prepared bread and meat and fruits. All of which you can tell was like just bought at the market. They don't keep food here. There's no reason for them to have a pantry. A lot of it still even has like the butcher's tags and stuff on it. But you are waited on hand and foot.
I will, but before this guy leaves, I'll be like, just so I'm not impolite, should I leave some money? as
Heavens, no, no, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you. I was ordered to give my most gracious thanks to Lord of Vex before I leave.
I will pass them along. You are an honored guest. You should be treated as such. He bows, makes his leave, and leaves you to eat your breakfast. It's about 45 minutes, an hour later, you hear another knock on the door. Good sir, the master has arisen if you'd like to speak with him.
Oh, good. And I will. I'll stay in my. I'm not going to dress up in my Eldritch costume. I'm going to be wearing my normal clothes for this, and I will follow him.
Perfect. You eventually make your way down to essentially just a study where you can see Argument Vex is poring over a few books, enjoying a cup of something. It seems hot. You can see steam rising off of it. Oh, good morning. How did you sleep?
Oh, that's wonderful. I love a bed that I can sleep. I can roll around in. It's very beautiful.
Yes, we do have them quite large here for the reasons I'm sure you can deduce.
Fat thick ass. No, I'm just joking. How big is this library? Or is it like?
It is impressive for a private collection, but it's not like a Beauty and the Beast library.
Gotcha.
It's not dragon sized if that's what you're fishing for.
I will. No, I'm more just like, is it like impressive? I guess. Like, is it? I'm going to admire it. I guess, unless it's like a bookcase.
No. It's nice. It's a study. There's a decent collection here. You can see most of it is academic and related to magic and especially necromancy. But he does have a section that contains just light, enjoyable reading fiction. And for what it's worth, you do also see that there are a couple of other skeletons who were obviously reading at the time that you came in. When you came in, put bookmarks in their books, closed them, and have been giving you their undevoted attention the entire time that you've been here. But presumably, they were just leisurely reading when you showed up.
Gotcha. I will approach Lord Argument Vex. Thank you again for your hospitality. It's been much appreciated.
Certainly, it's the least that I can do for all that you've done to help us.
And I'll like motion to a chair. May I?
Yes, please.
I'll like take a seat. Like, I wondered if perhaps before I leave, I could discuss some business with you.
Certainly.
Uh-oh, Rye's got the zoomies. Recently, I've been dabbling into different kinds of magic. I wondered if perhaps you could give me some pointers.
I'd be happy to.
I'm trying to dabble into magics that are ritualistic, as it spares me the magic myself.
Certainly, yes, it's a fine art.
And as you're a necromancer, I've noticed that is a ritual that is pretty, I don't want to say novice, but friendly for beginners.
I don't know if I'd go quite all the way to that, but I understand your meaning. It's one that I have thoroughly under my belt now, yes.
Obviously, there are some moral implications that some seem to have, so...
A myriad, yes.
I did ask, I never asked his name, the servant who served me this morning. I asked him a myriad of questions about experience of being undead. I've known quite a few, not very many corporeal. So I wondered if perhaps you can answer some questions about that and maybe teach me a thing or two.
Certainly. If this is something you endeavor to learn, I would be more than happy to teach you. It's the least that I could offer.
Oh, thank you. So kind. I've been to. Oh my goodness, fuck me. Deus Morta. Did I get it?
No.
No.
Not even close.
One of these days.
Tell him where it's out.
See, this is why I don't learn foreign languages. I just can't even.
Totally fine.
I sent you guys that thing on Telegram. It was like, beep, boom, bop, and boop. It's just me. I just can't do this. Okay. So I was but well, I was there. The game of masks, and it seems that some undead struggle to adapt, at least at the beginning.
Certainly, yes. There's a number of responses one can expect from the recently awakened. Many reject it.
Oh, such as what exactly?
Animosity, confusion, unfamiliarity with their surroundings. The default state of a soul ripped from the afterlife is similar to someone who is woken up suddenly and violently from a peaceful slumber. Confusion, antagonism.
I see.
The ritual, or at least the way that I approach the ritual, is essentially the process of trying to explain to the soul who they are, what's happening to them, and to cooperate, at least momentarily.
Have you done it with anyone you've known before, or is it usually just random corpses?
You see he looks over to a large portrait that is still hung up on the wall of him, and I say son, it's not a child, it's an adult son. The family resemblance is there for sure. Along with a wife. It says, yes, my son requested that I try it on him after his death. He died of natural causes. He wanted to spend more time with me, knowing that I was going to try to outlive him. It's, and he kind of looks to you, in character. This conversation was had mere days ago. Out of character, it's been months. But he looks at you, remembering the conversation back at the Landfall bar about Witherwing being his son. And he kind of...
Oh, is that...
Right, he kind of recaps. It did not go well. It is difficult to bind the soul of somebody who died naturally, or even violently. Somebody who died without necromantic preparations, I should say, back into a body. In many cases, it should be treated as if they have an entirely new life, a new personality. They are a new person.
With that, like, his face grimace is just like, oh, I see.
Yeah. It's quite all right. I understand. It's very confusing. It's a lot going on.
Is there anything that can be done for your son?
He could be put to rest. His soul is trapped in there, and even if the soul thinks it's a different person and has none of the continuity, it does mean that his real soul is not in the afterlife where it should be.
I see. I'm assuming his wife isn't a Fef. Like, I'm assuming I can, like, she's not the
correct.
It's not like a
in the
plant
portrait,
dragon.
She appears to be another kind of whitish silver scaled dragonborn, thick curled horns that kind of curl in almost like a stubby little halo. She's in her like dragonborn humanoid form in the portrait.
Well, if I happen to see him, I will do what I can. No promises, though. I've learned one thing, is that dragons are pretty strong, and being necromantic, well, doesn't necessarily weaken them.
No, certainly not. I would approach with caution. I'm afraid that he has all of my necromantic power, with none of the finesse that I have learned in the decades that have passed since then. He's very dangerous.
Can you make an insight? All right, like an insight check on Baby Boy real quick?
Sure.
I'll roll a deception to see for him to try to hide it.
This -10. I have not PWL'd this.
It's okay. I natural
Fair.
one it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, what's his
There is a burning question that Baby Boy clearly is trying to not ask.
He watches your eyes to see if it's looking back to the portrait.
It is not. It is not.
Okay, understood. I think he has the politeness, the couth to not press you on it, but he There's a curiosity.
Yeah, his intent's pretty good on mine. It's not a romantic question. It is it seems on topic.
Right. Is
Um,
I want to be very clear here. I'm upset about what happened with my son, but if it is, I'm not going to let that stop me from helping you in your academic pursuit. If you have a question, you may ask it.
oh, it's not exactly academic. It's just well, you like look at the others like as if he shouldn't say something in front of these guns. Are you a lich?
Yes, I'm a lich.
I knew it.
Was
That's
this
so cool.
not?
It was
obvious?
very obvious. But I didn't want to ask. You know, it would be rude.
Yes, I'm a lich. I've made myself immortal through necromancy and raise other undead to cooperate with me. I'm a lich, yes.
So like your soul is somewhere else. Can you like see from it too?
That is a question that I do not tell people I met
Oh, I'm
only
so
a
sorry.
week
I'm
ago.
so sorry.
No,
I'm
it's
so
quite
sorry.
all right. It's another good question. Like I said, academic pursuit, all questions are fair. The answer is simply that I cannot ask or answer any questions about my
That's better, Cass.
Horcrux.
That's pretty cool though. But anyways, going back to the ritual. I'm not sure if I'll use it, but it might be nice to have in my repertoire just in case.
Wonderful. I would be happy to teach you then. You have time today before you leave.
I should.
I will at least run through it once with you and give you the notes that I've taken on how to do it. It will take more time than that to master it, but I can at least get you set on the way.
Yeah, I'm a quick study.
Wonderful.
And for the record, I can yeah, I don't actually. I forget what. I think this one's only an hour-long ritual, so it doesn't like count for this one. But I do have the feat that lets me cast rituals like way quicker.
Perfect. Wonderful. Then yeah, before you guys set off with Severelix, he is happy to work with you to essentially teach you the Create Undead ritual.
And
What you got?
oh, it's possible if you could keep me updated on FF, I appreciate it.
Certainly, I can send messengers over to the guild if that's where you'll be staying.
No, I will. I appreciate it. Hope I can see you again soon.
Certainly. I hope so too. It's nice to get visitors. We don't get many here.
Well, then I won't hesitate.
With that, you guys are able to kind of wrap things up. Was there anything you do before heading back to Landfall?
Let me check my notes.
I know you eventually wanted to maybe do Kite. You had business with the bear.
Yeah, I wanted to go to the Kite, go to the library, and then try to open that book. The Forbidden Knowledge book.
Okay, excellent.
With the bear whose name you just said.
Yeah, that one. We will flash to that, even if it is a flashback here in a second, but I want to not linger away from the party for too long.
Yeah, this stuff we can deal with later, because it's not probably going to have any effects on
Perfect.
this.
Then let's go ahead and get everybody all caught up. The date is going to be... let's see. Jackass the 30th is when you guys investigated. You came back Monday, blew up Tesseract, stayed at the Orchard Monday night. It is now, Tuesday night. It is now Wednesday morning. You arrive at the Landfall campus. So Wednesday, early, right before noon, you guys arrive back at the Landfall campus. And it's up to you if you immediately go looking for Baby Boy over in Pi, which is where you think he's going to be. But what do you do when you immediately get back to Landfall?
We probably should go tell Dad.
Good point.
Would you assume we were doing that?
I was going to say that we should probably just interrogate Susanna.
Yeah, I
Get
don't
her
care about
somewhere.
that.
Yeah, and about telling Dad, let's think about that.
Fair.
So now you want to think, but earlier you didn't.
True, what a call out.
I've learned my lessons.
Wonderful. You guys are going to begin looking for somewhere safe and off and away to interrogate Susanna. Is there anywhere in particular you go, or you just kind of try to find a quiet spot somewhere? You could find like a
Somewhere
back room
with-
at the tavern.
Somewhere with thick walls.
The thickest walls that you can get is to go to one of you guys' personal demi-planes over in the window building, if you want.
Sorry,
Pardon
wait
me.
just a second. What was this question?
You guys, it is Wednesday, a little bit before noon. You guys have just arrived at Landfall Campus. You don't know yet that Baby Boy is here. The question is essentially, what do you do first when you get back? And it was proposed that you find somewhere private and interrogate Susanna.
I like it.
Yeah.
One minor thing, sorry, real quick, just to keep myself honest. First thing I do in the morning is I do go ahead and cast Dream Message. I know, like, mechanically,
Sure.
this probably doesn't matter, but I send a message to Baby Boy that says we're headed back to Pi. We'll be there, or I tell him that at the time that he receives this, we'll be either at Pi or arriving at Pi soon.
Perfect, wonderful. Is it safe to
Until he
assume?
sleeps again.
Right. Is it safe to assume that you wake up very early to do this in the hopes that you catch him before he wakes up?
As early, so I guess that's the thing. Like, I can't do it until I've completed a rest. I'm like out of mana, so whatever.
Fair.
As early as I can. Yes,
That's fine. I assume that because you live an orchard life and are also a student that you wake up kind of early-ish.
yeah. She's an early riser.
He just spent the night in a guest with no obligations and no time rush at a wealthy estate. I assume Baby Boy slept in a little bit. So, like, if you send it first thing in the morning, Baby Boy will get this message while he's still there.
Cool. Yeah. So I guess Baby Boy, as you're sleeping before you wake up this morning, and then we're all ending up the same place anyway. But
What's the message that you say?
the message is I say whatever the current date is.
Uh,
I say
yeah, Wednesday, essentially. Wednesday, July 2nd.
okay. Say it's the morning of Wednesday, July 2nd. We're headed back to Pi. We'll meet you there. That's
Okay.
pretty much it.
And
I
Baby
guess
Boy,
I'll fish-
you will
Yeah,
get
I can't
this.
respond. So I guess I'll finish my business and I'll just wait outside the portal and Pi.
Excellent. Perfect. I was going to say, this happens when you're already at landfall, so you just go wait at the portal by Pi. Perfect. Then, question is...
Sorry, if I said Pi, I meant landfall. I meant we'll meet you at landfall.
Oh,
If I
okay,
said that
cool.
incorrect.
That
I'm sorry. Yeah, totally misspoke
Got it.
there. We're headed back to landfall. We will meet you there.
Excellent.
Cool, that works better for me. I
Then,
will when I get back. I'll let people know that well, I guess I'll just probably wait near the portal.
excellent. That sounds good. Then follow-up question, where do you guys take Susanna to interrogate her?
I think maybe one of our rooms. We can do my room if that works for everybody. You can show Booker our accommodations anyway.
Yeah, excuse me, concierge. Do you have a dungeon?
Yeah, there's the Alcazar.
Yeah, we'll just use the dungeon.
Right. Totally forgot we had a dungeon here.
When they
Um,
arrived, where did they arrive at landfall? Is it someplace I can actually see them? Or
You guys were teleported in through a private service. It depends on where you want to be. They'll drop you wherever you want.
I guess I not that partial, but I probably would have. Well, since I just sent that message to Baby Boy, I probably would just appear near the portals and see if he happens to be there. 'Cause I assume that's where he'd meet
Then,
me.
yeah, you guys essentially pop in at the portal building where you find Baby Boy is just sitting there waiting for
well, you see a cat cowboy
Oh,
sitting there reading a book.
you. Right, of course.
Oh, meowdy partner.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god, they followed us here. We've been caught.
Funny thing is, we also all come back in, cowboy clothes.
Ooh.
True.
Say, the optics of this are like there's a Wex's sassy guy waiting for you.
I mean, he also has
True.
he also has like baby boy's fur pattern and his body type.
Jane goes, "We're fucking made," and pulls her gun out.
Well, hold on. Oh, there's two of me. Oh, I was in the wrong place. Wait, which one are we?
We're over here.
Over
Oh,
here.
I made myself in a different. You also guys do see Mayor, and he has like these weird like gravity tendrils that help him like turn book pages.
You also see Rita Connors. I don't think you've ever. Oh, you have seen her before.
Oh, hooey!
Yeah,
And Booker and half of Susanna
the
Bowers.
top
Or
half of
first
Susanna
half specifically,
Bowers.
I don't think I've met Susanna Bowers.
with
Correct.
wires and shit from coming out of her waist.
Oh.
That seems normal.
Well, that's too bad. I thought Baby Boy would be here. Oh,
And I'll then just morph back into myself and like, oh, it's me. I'm in disguise. And I'll morph back into a cat.
wow. It's a handsome disguise.
Oh, thank you. The name's Stretch.
Look Did Booker not come with us?
Booker's here. He's right over here.
Who's here?
Oh, okay, great. So
No,
I'm just
this-
considering drama.
Oh.
All right. There's a incredible amount to talk about, but perhaps first order of business. Chicken. I guess I guess someone's carrying Susanna Bauer's torso. So what do I know about the Alcazar? Is it like warded against scrying and such? Or is it just like magically secure?
It is warded against teleportation. It is warded against scrying. There is a like even more high security, essentially demi-plane jail that is not up and running yet. But the whole Alcazar itself has all of the standard like anti-divination, anti-scrying stuff. What they're working on upgrading it is to get a field that applies those to the entire campus. That is not up and running yet.
Understood. I'm wondering. So, out of character, I don't know all the sort of like magic loopholes. Does Jane know which one she feels like is more secure? If that's not too vague of a question, like versus a demi-plane versus the Alcazar.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
Could I second that with the arcane security?
Absolutely.
Oh, you want security?
Terrible.
There are a lot of spells that will work across planes, including divination spells. There are far fewer spells that will specifically work in the area of a non-detection or the equivalent.
Okay, lovely. So I think we head to the Alcazar then.
Perfect. Then yeah, you guys make your way over to the Alcazar. As a very small note, you guys decided that some of the lackeys would go on a mission to turn on essentially fast travel between locations at the campus. That was successful. So you find that there is a new portal out in front of this building that says enter your destination. You enter the Alcazar, you walk through the portal, and bam, you're at the Alcazar.
Real quick, sorry, I know you just moved us off that map.
Yeah.
Before we leave the dormitories,
Yes.
I'll just say to Booker, this is where our room is. This is where we stay. We're gonna go have a chat with Miss Bowers. She kind of doesn't quite know how to ask what she's about to ask.
No, I
Would
get
you
it.
rather
The
just
less I
settle in,
know,
or
the less I know, the less they'll come prying to get out of my brain. I can wait here if you got a room.
yeah, y'all wait a minute. I'm just gonna show Booker to our room real quick and get him settled in. And I will take Booker to our room and maybe spend a few more minutes with him than it takes to unpack his things.
Understood.
And then we'll make our way out.
In all of my degeneracy, hadn't considered whether the robot body can handle that, but of course it can. Of course it can. Why couldn't it?
Brother, this is an impersonator android. Let me roll to try to impersonate a humanoid.
There's
Would you
no reason.
say,
Rip for his
Tesseract.
pleasure?
yeah, of course, they would make it fully functional and anatomically correct,
Yeah,
right?
of course. I think that might also be the first time in the long history of us being degenerates that anyone has used deception for this. It is normally like acrobatics, performance, sleight of hand. I don't think.
I only get the impersonating a human check if I
Yeah.
do deception.
I think we've done it. I think we have made a deception check. Perfect. You guys realize that Jane and Booker are in there. They're in there longer than they need to be. They're probably having a very tough and heartwarming conversation about their lives moving forward and leaving the orchard behind. But eventually, Jane
I want to
does.
use this time to talk to Rita.
Perfect.
Wouldn't it be really embarrassing if your faceplate fell off?
So embarrassing.
This is normal. Do not worry.
You know what? I could get a +2 to that check by activating my faceplate and having it split into quadrants. But then I feel like I'm also subtracting from the check.
Well, how does that give you an advantage?
Well, let's find out if Booker's into it. Oh, he's still undecided. He's still on the fence.
Makes a
Right,
lot of
50-50.
sense. I don't
Uh,
like what it says about Jane that her sex checks are deception, but we'll just move on from that.
baby boy, as that is going on, you do see that Rita is Rita like gets here. God, so her instinct upon seeing this place is like, oh no, this is wrong. No, oh my God, who set this up? Oh Lord, no. Where's the shielding on this? Someone's how has this not exploded yet? Hey, you, go fetch me 3 diamonds. They need to be at least this big. And she is immediately just like like cleaning up the arcane workings of this place.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up Mare and kind of like bring him over since I'm not in my costume right now, and just like hold him out, and he'll be like, "Hello, Rita. It's been quite some time."
Fascinating. Give me a moment. You'll have to forgive me. I see so many students, and I know I met so many people in my adventures. I'm usually pretty good with faces and even shapes. My name is Rita. What's your name?
I'll pull my baby boy mask out. Well, I'm baby boy. This is Mare.
Oh my lord! You came in that one day, not too long. Oh lord, baby
Say that
boy.
again? What do you mean I came in not too long? Sorry. The accent really threw me off. I'm just gonna sorry. I think looking at this cowboy just really pulling it out of me.
Yeah. So I need to tip my hand here as a DM and remember the order of things. In the prologue to this campaign, you had a meeting with Jane at the school at Tumbleweed Academy for the Differently
Rita was
Abled.
gone already then.
Was she already gone? That was the question I was about to ask.
Yes.
Okay. Then I think Rita says, "It's a pleasure to meet you, baby boy. I haven't had the pleasure of your acquaintance, I think. And if I have, please correct me. My memory's not what it used to be."
Oh, we have. You came to the library. Did you meet the librarian to look up information?
I've been to so many libraries. I'm sorry. Which one was
The
it?
library.
The library.
The extra-dimensional plane that is known as the library, where vast forbidden knowledge exists. I'm going to touch her on the forehead, and I'm going to cast. Oh, maybe it wasn't her. I'll join memories and give her help on remembering.
What is your spell save DC?
I don't know if she has to be willing. So if she's not willing,
She's willing.
nothing
Yeah.
happens. Oh, my spell save DC is 18.
Okay. You explained to her. Well, okay. You reach for her like you're going to cast a bonus. What is this?
Oh, it's just a way to. I'm just sharing the memory with you.
Oh,
Helping you remember.
oh, that actually sounds super handy. Yes, if you don't mind. Oh my god, that's so loud. How does this keep happening? How does this keep getting turned up?
Do be careful though. There's lots of fun knowledge inside my head. No. And then yeah.
Wonderful.
Then I can give her help with a lore or arcana or a lore check. So I'm going to give her arcane security to give her help.
Perfect. I have a couple of questions for you. Sorry, I'm turning this down so that we don't blow our eardrums out again.
Not very good.
The first question I have for you is, baby boy, what's a dream?
Typically it's random firings of your synapses in your brain based on recent thoughts, helping to store short-term memory into long-term memory. But a baby boy's voice.
Nope, that's quite alright. Describe a dream to me. Describe to me just kind of a normal dream. If I say describe a dream, what is that?
Oh, sometimes you wake up and then you try to move around. Sometimes you're moving really slow, and then sometimes you're someone, but you're not yourself. But you are you. But you're them. And then you're talking with someone, and then sometimes they're them, and then sometimes they're someone else. It's usually just pretty confusing, or sometimes it's pretty cool depending on what's happening.
Wonderful. Where does this happen? Like, what does it look like when you look around?
For baby boy, it's in probably the library itself.
Perfect. Second question. What is a memory that you show Rita by joining your memories? I know mechanically all it does is give her advantage, but when you show her this memory, what does she see?
She sees her talking to me, just when I talked to her in the library, and probably with like a plate of cookies or something.
Perfect. And you said your spell save DC was 19?
18.
18.
Well, 18, yes.
What a delightful time we're having.
What could possibly go wrong?
You...
Oh.
I love this game so much. watch as Rita jerks her hand away, and looks at it, and watches as it begins to twist and go clammy, and the color is drained from it. And it begins to travel down her wrist.
Can I cast a spell?
Sure, absolutely. What do you cast?
Rewrite memory, and I'm going to make it so she did not see that.
All right.
Oh, shit. Good luck, everyone.
Everyone.
You watch as her eyes roll back momentarily and then roll back down, and they are pitch black. You watch as the color is rapidly drained from her skin. You watch as her arms begin to elongate and twist. Her skin goes purplish. This is an effect that you've seen many times now. This is similar to what happened when you saw two of her hands. This is similar to what happened when just a couple days ago, you saw all of the corpses of Rita appear in front of you. This is what happened when you saw multiple corpses of the weird fleshy thing that was maybe Fetch and Sketch's mom. You see that is happening to her.
I don't think I saw some of those things.
Oh, right. You
You
were
were-
not in
you
the
missed it.
Tesseract tour.
What the hell did I miss?
Right, I forgot you've not been with this group for the past 48 hours. Then the only one of those that I think you saw is the in the
Jane.
tent with Jane when everybody opened the box and saw that there were two of Rita's hands. You saw that Jane started to do this exact same thing, and Kaz ran over and closed the box real quick, and some magic was cast, and Jane ultimately recovered. You attempt to rewrite Jane or Rita's
Yeah.
memory.
So, depending on how soon I can get it out, she can just let it happen. Obviously, if it's too late for that, then she can resist it.
You're talking about letting the rewrite memory happen.
Yeah, she can be willing. If she's
So,
not willing, then she makes a
From her perspective, you convinced her that what you were doing was going to be safe, and you started to show a memory to her, and then her body started to aberrant. You then reached out again and tried to cast another spell on her. She resisted. She put up an attempt to fight and succeeded.
That
What
makes
do
a lot of sense.
What do you do?
Well, I feel like I gotta try it again because that didn't turn out very well. I guess I can cast it again.
Just cast it again. That's totally an option.
I don't have a way to give her make it not. Actually, I'm gonna scare her first because
Okay.
if she's scared of me, I can scare her.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me an intimidation check.
Have you considered grappling her and then saying, shh, it's gotta be fine?
I don't have. Listen. I don't have strength.
Give me an intimidation check. Her will DC is... Lord, it's good. 22. Will saves are her good save. That's a
Ooh,
success.
good enough.
She becomes frightened one. And then what do you do?
I'm just gonna kind of just like, I don't know, like my crazy eyes kind of come out, which no one probably actually seen that I always wear my mask, but he just like, I don't know, like the anime crazy eyes. Gets like a big smile on his face, get anime crazy eyes as he kind of like taps into like his like subconscious mind for power. And then I'll cast it again.
Okay.
And hopefully she will do worse.
Good luck. Rita.
Jesus Christ.
Rita.
Well,
You watch as her shoulders begin to twist and crack. Her arm begins to spiral out into a full-on tentacle. She drops to her knees. Her knees begin to go slender and wriggle in ways with extra joints that shouldn't be there. We're essentially now on round 3. What do you do?
Maybe
Okay.
we should get some help.
hey, listen, Sketch and Fetch and Text could get.
That's true.
you.
Text, Fetch, and Sketch. Unless you guys wander off basically immediately, you guys are probably nearby for this if you would like to maybe help. I don't know what, if anything, you guys do, but you guys can jump in here if you want.
I can kill her.
It's true. It's an option.
I wandered off. I didn't give a shit about Jane and her problems.
I've never been more proud in my entire life.
Okay. That being the case, baby boy, what do you do?
I assume that Dispel Magic won't have any effect on this.
I can't answer that.
Well, can't hurt to try, I guess. I guess I will try to dispel this effect.
Okay. Give me an occultism check.
All right, I'm casting this at 3rd level.
Understood.
And this would have been after I bought my thing, so I do get the +2 to it, correct?
Correct, yep. For your thing, does that apply to counteract checks?
It just says occult. It's just.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It is occultism checks. You're right, correct.
So I got a +10 to this.
I will tell you up front that is a fail. Would you like to spend anything on it?
I guess I'll use a hero point. I don't want to like ruin, Jane's friend. I'm just trying to find out how long it's been. So yeah, wrong again. Also, her DC should be 1 lower because she's frightened.
Sure
That
is.
helps.
Correct. You cast a Dispel Magic, and you, on a 28, which is just a critical success, just barely a critical success, you were able to find a thread of magic that is indeed responsible for what's happening here. It is a magical effect that is happening here. And you sever it, you snap it, and you watch as in the blink of an eye, she's back. She's normal. She's terrified. She's terrified of you. She's under the impression that you just tried to do something crazy to her, but she is normal. She's clutching for her staff. However,
I will step back.
On a critical success, as you are doing this, in this moment that you find this magic and sever this connection, the flavor of magic that you find reminds you of home. It reminds you of not your home in Bazatat, but the home you made in the library.
Yeah, I'm assuming that like. Does it feel like it's perhaps her coming there and learning something? Like she probably forgot it because her mind couldn't handle it, and I just rewrote it.
On a critical success, you begin to draw parallels to the only other time that you've seen this happen, which is Jane and some of the others looking in a box and seeing 2 copies of the same person's right hand. That feels similar to what may have just happened here, as if she was seeing something that couldn't exist, seeing something that shouldn't exist, a copy of a thing that was not.
Yeah, I'll like step back. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Can I try to give him a penalty to that?
Sure, absolutely, if you want, yeah.
Yeah, I tried to tell you we should have done this in the dungeon.
I guess Fetch, give me a sensibility check. I guess it would also be either diplomacy or intimidation.
No, I'm just going to say those words and you give it a penalty.
Fair. Okay, understood. Baby boy, give me diplomacy.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because I'm like, I do have subtle threat. It can't get worse. I don't know how.
Oh my god.
But I don't know how.
Walk away
Well,
for
I'm not.
like 5
I don't know how it's subtly threaten her. She is no longer afraid of me. For that matters. That fear.
She's no longer so frightened that it is imposing a mechanical condition on her, correct? Okay.
I also like put my hands up, like.
She reaches for a staff. She looks at her hands. She looks at her legs. You can see her whole body is trembling. She looks at you and she stares hard at you with something that at first reads as like fear and a little anger, but quickly subsides through 2 phases. The first is frustration and anger, like an attacker, like an assailant. And then you watch as, after a very stern look that makes ice run down your spine for about 5 or 6 seconds, the lines on her face soften slightly, and it fades from anger to sort of a disappointment, not necessarily in you, but in the lax state of security in this goddamn building. She grabs her staff, she uses it to get herself back up onto her feet, and says, all right, I have been away from this place for too long, clearly. I need to talk to Finn and Darwin. We have got to put a leash on this. Magic is dangerous, and I think that people here have forgotten that. I appreciate your help. It's good to meet you, Mr. Baby Boy. We should talk somewhere a little bit safer, and don't try that trick on anyone else until I can understand better what it is.
Good enough. I think it's good enough.
Right.
Can I make a special request?
Yeah, what you got?
I would like for her to pass by the demiplane portal area and find Fetch's demiplane with the password on a sticky note beside it. Like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Amazing. Yeah, she passes by and she sees that, and she just like she pinches the bridge of her nose and shakes her head a little bit. It's like, okay, all right, I get it, I understand. I should have come. I should have just come straight here. Oh Lord help me. Lord help me. We have got to get this straightened out. Okay, where's Jane?
Yeah, I'm gonna head over to Jane's and I'm gonna like knock on. Can you hear if I knock on the
So
door?
when you knock on the door of one of these demiplanes, essentially within the demiplane, they hear a distant kind of echoey mental notification that someone is at their door. Which I guess if you want to, you could kind of dress up as a doorbell if you so chose.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cock block her, but like.
This all took place in like the matter of 5 or 6 minutes, so this is probably
Right.
like really interrupting things.
It is just the really well-timed interruption. Then again, it's been a while for Booker, so I assume it doesn't.
She's a
take that
robot.
long.
You probably finish off like that. Pussy 5,000.
Yeah, she'll come to the door, kind of hastily throwing like a shirt on and open it up just a crack so she can see out. We're
Oh, things got really bad for a second there. Like super bad. I think I almost turned her into an echo.
Wait, hold on. What? Who?
Rita, I was just trying to find out like how long ago it was since I saw her. So she was like, "Oh, who are you?" And I was like, "Oh, we've met." And I tried to show her that we've met, and she started to turn into an echo. And well, I tried to stop it, didn't work, and then I finally got it. And I think her coming to the library.
Is she okay
I don't
now?
think she remembers anymore. Yeah, but I think she's upset with me now.
Well,
You do see that over Baby Boy's shoulder, she is just standing kind of like cross-armed at the door. Not quite pouty, but like clearly on edge all of a sudden.
And Baby Boy also seems a little upset about this. Like, I don't know, like, take that with what you will.
Can I look at Rita and say, doesn't your company turn people into horrible monstrosities against their will all the time?
Oh, that's not my company. I quit when I got out of there when I realized what they were doing. Those people are evil.
Listen for a second.
Those people are monsters. I can show you my company sometime. It's a nice little school down the street where I teach people to use magic for good. Sorry, let's cut back to the main conversation for a sec. Baby Boy and Jane.
I don't have much else to do. Just give me a second.
All right,
I'll
sorry.
be right out. But she'll just go in and make sure Booker is comfortable.
Everything all right?
Yeah. Yes, everything's going to be fine. She kind of gives him a kiss on the forehead and says, we're going to go talk to Mrs. Bowers, and I'll check in a little bit and show you around, but make yourself at home.
Certainly.
I know it's not I think quite as comfortable as home, but
It's
it's cozy and it's safe.
It's cozy, it's safe, it's not very lived in, but they, do you know there's running water? You just, like, you don't have to go pump nothing.
She
from
smiles.
It's like city living. It's crazy. How do they even get water
I'm
into a
impressed by
magical
this.
place like that?
I think the water itself is magical. It's like conjured. If you're impressed by this, you won't believe some of the stuff I'll show you here in a little bit.
Well, I'll look forward to it. All right, I'll be good. I won't mess with nothing.
She smiles. Pulls on her boots and heads out.
All right.
Hippie boy's pouting in a corner, just like rubbing his finger on the ground, squatting there, being all sad.
Wonderful. You guys eventually all regroup and begin to head over to the Alcazar. Real quick, I do want to jump to sketch, text, and fetch. You guys have anything you've been doing this whole time?
Not especially.
All right.
I gotta
Just,
take a bath. I'm stressed out.
Understood. Yeah, you're able to take a little time, go grab a bath over in your demi-plane.
Yeah, I'm just lurking and drama stirring a little bit.
Excellent. Oh yeah, on the topic of drama stirring, do you actually, so you say to Rita, your company's turning people into monsters, and she says, oh, Tesseract? Honey, Tesseract's not my company. I worked for them for a short time till I figured out what they were doing. Not even all of that, other stuff. I learned that they were being a little bit lax on their testing criteria with a project they were working on. Some of their employees got hurt, and I didn't like that, so I quit. If I had known that they were straight up capturing people and abducting them and torturing them, I would have burned that place to the ground myself ages ago.
Are you how responsible do you feel for your lapse in judgment?
For working for them for a short time?
However much help you gave them, you helped them.
Well, it's a fair question. I suppose I do feel some remorse, although we all make mistakes.
You have a plan to do something about it?
I assume that's what we're going to talk about with Jane in here. It sounds like she's got a plan, and whatever it is, I'd like to be a part of it.
I've got my own plan. You teach magic, right?
I do. I teach magic to all sorts of people.
Teach me how to summon a volcano.
She grabs your wrist, not firmly, but decisively. She kind of like lifts it up. She looks at your arm. She kind of puts a hand under your jaw. She looks at your chin, tilts your head side to side. Turn around.
Okay.
Looks at your shoulders. She kind of puts a thumb under each of your shoulder blades. Okay, turn back around. Where are you from?
Okay. Zubakara.
All right. Volcano's a tough order. I couldn't summon a volcano if I wanted to summon a volcano, but if you'd like to learn evocation, I can teach you evocation. You're going to burn yourself a lot while you're learning. You ready for that?
I just want to skip all the baby spells and go straight to the volcano.
Oh, honey, there's no skipping the baby spells.
Wands and staves do it all the time, right?
That's true. If you'd like to save up a lot of money, you could grab yourself a staff of summoning a volcano. You'd have to find somebody powerful enough to make it.
You can't make it?
If you give me a bunch of money, I could try to make it. But generally speaking, you can't make something more powerful than yourself. And I can't summon a volcano.
All right, we'll talk.
All right. I love
when
this
you hear
already.
her plan, think back on my plan and ask yourself which one's better.
It's like placating a toddler. I love it so much.
Truly.
Yeah, sweetheart. You can make a volcano if you try hard enough. You can be anything if you believe in yourself.
I think the main
sit over
difference.
at the kids' table and the grown-ups are going to talk.
True. I think the main
From
difference.
the one who's trying to like transfer herself into an alternate dimension back in time.
I was going to say, for the record, I think the difference is that Rita actually believes everything that she just said.
Right.
She just understands that it's not going to be an overnight thing. It's going to be like a years of study thing. Okay, perfect. You guys all gather up and head over to the Alcazar. You presumably have to wait out here for a little bit longer for Sketch to finish your bath. Sketch, is this like a 2-hour bath? What are you doing? You just washing up real quick, or are you relaxing?
Oh, it's gonna be like a 2-hour bath. The Jane can go wander off and get fucked. It'll take a minute.
Yeah,
I don't
I'll go
understand
get
where
him.
this hostility is coming from.
I was going to say, I don't remember this hostility. I'm trying to figure where this
I'm
was from.
straight up doing everything I can to save your mom, but okay.
No, you wanted to run away immediately and then scolded us for being dumb. He lumping me together with him too.
I have never done that. That never happened. Pull the tapes.
He's mad because I'm mad. It's like the psychic is the twin thing.
Oh,
That does make
that's
sense.
something.
That does make sense. There's some
Yeah,
twinning going
that's
on.
something.
A little twinning.
I don't know why I'm mad, so I'm even more mad.
That is the worst kind of mad.
What a
for sure.
relatable feeling, yeah.
Right. I feel that in my soul. Well, I don't think Jane waits 2 hours, so I think if it's clear
won't
that
be 2
Stitch is
hours.
relaxing for a little bit, she'll just.
Oh, he doesn't want to be part of the interrogation anyway. Do you
Right.
think that this little noodle could do anything with that?
Oh, we haven't even gotten to
I
that
should
part yet.
know if he had like questions because Susanna's said that she knows where your mom is, but
Oh wait,
I
she
can
did.
ask those questions. Yes.
Yup.
Right.
No, it's
Again,
okay.
you're
Oh, I
getting
forgot
out of the
about
way.
that.
Boy, you're back.
The thing that we're interrogating her about. Don't worry, I'll do it for
That's
you while
okay.
you pout about
That's
me
okay.
existing.
Yeah. Good. Maybe I won't be mad at you anymore.
Hey, Lush, we had some drama while you were away.
Yeah,
I'm
you missed a little.
Baby Boy's picking up on some stuff. Obviously, Fetch is being kind of an asshole right now. Even to
Am
Baby
I?
Boy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Fetch is in
you
place.
were like making it more difficult for me to calm her down.
Oh right, I also came back to racism.
Oh yeah,
So true.
I hate all of these people except you. You're good.
I'm a
You're good, baby boy.
You're a cat, and you took our names and squished them and stretched them and then made it stretch. And-
Stretch.
Yeah, I love
Okay,
that.
that's just objectively funny.
You're basically my
Well,
best friend in the world.
because I'm so long.
Well,
Damn
do
it.
I
Yeah.
look sketchy to you? What?
As
It's
you
You.
are enjoying your bath, I have 2 questions for you. The first is, where is your familiar? What is your familiar currently doing?
Oh man, he's probably here.
Yeah. Is he in the bath? Is he in there?
If he wants to get in the bath, it's up to him. I'm not gonna put him in the bath.
Sure. I assume that he kind of sits at the edge like a cat who's not really entirely sure what's going on and is like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that flower armadillos meow the way that a cat does when it's in distress, but it keeps kind of like squeaking at you like, are you okay? What's going on? Why are you in there? Why are you wet? What's going on? And eventually, kind of like starts to reach out like he's gonna climb onto you, like he wants to be on your chest or whatever while you're just reclining in the bath. Like, clearly you're in danger, I need to come in and save you. And as his paw kind of sets foot onto the water, you just feel a very faint jolt. Not painful. It doesn't cause you to like lock up or anything, but I don't know if you're an idiot kid like I am who touched cattle fences at the neighbor's farm just to see what it was like.
To see the zap. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with this sensation.
Been there.
But yeah, okay, thank God it's not just me. The first zap is just kind of a warning zap, and they escalatingly grow stronger. So that you're not like shocking your animals for accidentally touching the fence. It's a warning. And essentially, when he very first touches, it's just like that little bzz, just like a 9-volt kind of feeling. And then he like pulls back and sits at the edge. And just kind of watches, realizing that was kind of a weird response. The second question is, what's a dream?
A dream is like a message from your subconscious mixed with random crap that might be outside influences or like magic.
Okay.
Sometimes it doesn't mean anything, but sometimes it does.
Perfect. And if somebody who had never had a dream before asked you to describe, okay, tell me what it's like when you have a dream. Pretend you're having a dream right now. What do you see? What is it like?
Well, it's kind of like when you're awake, except for everything's really far away, but it's also really close, but it's blurry, but it's clear sometimes. And everything kind of happens really fast because 1 minute you're here, but then next second you're over there. Unless it's something you don't want to happen, and then it takes like 5 million years. And then you wake up and everything's really vivid for about 10 seconds, and then it all goes away.
Wonderful. Perfect. Excellent. Everybody else waits for a little while, and you realize as you are kind of drifting off, Oh shit, right. Susanna said something about knowing where my mom is and they're going to go investigate her. What do you do?
At least I got a little bit of time by myself. It's fine. I'll get out, dry off, and head over there. I'll
All
keep CJ out. He'll be on my shoulder.
Perfect. You guys are kind of all at the point where you're like, okay, we just got to go without him. When finally you see that Sketch tumbles out of his demi-plane. Fur is still a little bit wet. CJ riding on his shoulder. And then you begin to make your way over to the Alcazar. You do find that it is staffed. Gigi is currently here at the Smith, kind of just doing some work. I gotta kill all these old tokens. We haven't been here in a long time.
They're dead.
They're dead. Everyone here, everyone that was here, now dead. The place has
I'm
been
dead.
clean. There's not all this like stray rubble all over the place. There's
What is
somebody.
this place again?
This is the basement of the Alcazar. It is essentially the jail, the guild jail at the prison. It also serves as like a training ground. It's a combination barracks encampment dungeon. So there's like a training ground up top where you see a bunch of recruits are practicing with bows and sword. You can hear Gigi working away at the anvil. The sound of a magic anvil is a little different. There's kind of like this magical resonance, like the sound of a gong almost with every hit, instead of just metal on metal. And you are let down here, where if you'd like, you can have the back room totally to yourself. There's nobody in there. Can't select you. What do you mean you can't select you?
It won't let me. I can't be me.
You can't be me.
And I'm probably gonna put my suit back on out of shame.
Weird.
On the subject of baby boy shame, just oh sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Just as we're like walking over to the Alcazar to read out, kind of fall behind the group a little bit and say, I don't know what happened with baby boy. He means well, but he doesn't always understand that the name's not just a nickname, or maybe I should say it's a nickname for a reason.
I think
He's more powerful than he realizes and doesn't know what to do with his own strength sometimes.
I see. Well, that's not the first time we've had to deal with something like that. I'll keep that in mind. It's good to know.
But he does mean well, and he does have, I think, information or connections that could be extremely valuable to us. One of the many things for us to talk about here a little bit.
Noted. I won't judge him too harshly. I assume it was an accident, but that is whatever that is. That's a lot of power. We gotta temper that. We can't let that run unchecked.
Yeah. And then at the moment I can, I'll duck out and come back dressed up like this.
Normal things.
Just normal things.
That's
See, but you know now
that's
now
also
she
him, by the way.
now she
That's
knows
the
better.
suit.
That's
See, now
him
when people see me, they know better not to trust me.
in a suit. So was this the real one, or was the other one the real one?
Neither. He's actually a kitsune. Even his normal form doesn't look quite normal. It's very stretched out and tall, and he grew up outside of our dimension in a place without much gravity, or where gravity works different.
He's extraplanar. This explains a lot. Okay. All right. That I will do my best to handle. That's a big adventure. I can do this. I can do that. We can. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
sorry.
good.
I probably should have given you a heads up about him before walking away from you like that.
No, it's quite all right.
Now.
I've been out of all of this for some time. I've been teaching, kindergartners to grade schoolers in a civilized city for 4 years instead of out fighting monsters and dealing with extraplanar beings. It'll come back to me. I'm just rusty.
Yeah, I understand.
Speaking of figuring things out, and she will kind of sling a burlap sack over to you, which contains the upper half of Susanna Bowers.
Outstanding. So, question, it's been like a day. Has Susanna Bowers' upper half been like conscious this whole time?
I will essentially leave that up to you. If this was a normal biological person, you would have to deal with them like waking up and trying to wriggle out of their ropes and being a pain in the dick if you don't let them free. Because she is an android and because you have so thoroughly dismantled her, you can essentially just keep your thumb on the off switch for a while and wake her up when you feel like it.
Lovely. Okay, I will keep that in mind. I'll have had her basically like switched off until we're ready to talk to her, so she's not listening to us.
Wonderful.
But once we get down here into the Alcazar, I will set her torso down and flip the switches to turn her back on.
There is a faint as things begin to power up. Some sparks crack, some fluid begins to leak. She is not functioning well. You imagine she probably, in her on state, has a limited runtime, is probably the best way to put this.
Understood.
But you do see that eventually her eyes snap open and they look to you. And she begins to speak, and you hear that there's kind of just like this garbled tone to her voice. She is able to communicate, it just comes through as strained. Whatever modulator is responsible for making believable human speech is malfunctioning. And it comes through with kind of this like crackling hiss. She says, "Where are we?"
That's not one of the questions that's going to get answered here tonight.
She closes her mouth. She understands she has nothing for this.
You know that I know that you aren't too worried about this body, and there's no sort of discomfort we could inflict on you that really matters to you too much. But I need you to understand that I can keep this torso that you're stuck in alive and active as long as I need to. I can keep bringing you back as many times as I want. This can just be your existence. And I need you to answer all of our questions. I need you to answer them honestly and clearly. You said you know where their mom is.
Give me an intimidation check. Give me a I have no mouth and I must scream check.
My intimidation is so bad.
Can we like ominously stand behind her, be spooky to help?
Yes, you can. It's gonna, even on a crit, I don't know if you'll be able to bump that 6 up, but we'll see how you do. That is a regular success, bumps the 6 to a 7.
I think I'll spend a hero point to try to do a little better on that roll.
Okay.
Slightly better.
Slightly better. 10 becomes an 11.
That's all I got.
She looks at you, and with a garbled tone in her voice, and sort of a stretched, like bit stretched quality to it. I presented you a deal back at the Tesseract Laboratory. The implication was clear that in exchange for not harming me, I would give you this information. The deal has been over. I have no reason to believe that I gain anything by telling you information. You may keep me here as long as you wish.
What's she saying?
I think this is all out loud, right?
It is out loud. It is in common, so yeah, you can understand it.
Oh, God. Well, that's not the answer we wanted. Jane, I think we needed to go to Plan B. Plan A is not going to work. There are fates far, far worse than total temporal erasure. Let's think about it and try to get creative. What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. I think maybe we need to put the screws on as tight as they go to right off the gate. We don't have a lot of time to waste here. This thing's kind of falling apart. She kind of points at the sputtering oil and sparking coming from this torso. Maybe.
Oh, she's not falling apart. She's never going to fall apart.
No, I think we can avoid that. I'm sure we can keep her put together as long as we need to. Get some people here to read her mind. Simple enough magic. Just flip the switch, turn her off for a little bit, and come back when I'm able to pry the secrets out of her mind that she's not willing to share willingly.
Is that going to hurt?
Depends.
I hope so.
Depends on we have to. I think I can make it hurt if I take long enough to study it and, got all the time in the world.
Now, Jane, tell me, what was her name?
She says Susanna Bowers.
Susanna Bauer. And by the way, emphasizing the word was. Susanna Bowers of the family Bowers. Let's wake her up after I've had a chance to talk to a couple of Bowers.
Yeah, Fetch, you haven't made an intimidation check. Give me an intimidation check.
No!
No!
0 point.
No.
God, you're all embarrassing yourselves. Come find me whenever you give up. Tex is gonna go leave because he just can't watch this.
She looks at you, Fetch, and she obviously understands what you're saying, but does not react.
In fact, how do I think mental damage would affect the well-being of this half-person?
So that is a complicated question that depends on how much like you she is versus how much like an Imric soldier she is. An Imric soldier would be completely unaffected. You would be fully affected. You've had a lot of time to study your body. I guess if you want to try to gauge how much like you she is, you can give me Arcana or Crafting. And because you've had a lot of time to do it with her being fully deactivated, you can have a +4 on this.
Honestly, wasn't really expecting to have to roll anything there.
Is this a lore check?
I'm not
or
trying-
something?
This will probably answer the question that Biscuit was just about to get at. Jane, as you study her, she appears to be less android and more just a robot. Just a full mechanical construction. There is more of her that is made of magic and machine than of a mind. She may be fully immune to mental damage, and she probably, based on your critical success with their 33, she was probably not a person with a family stuffed into this because she was in an accident. She was made. She was made in a factory or a lab somewhere.
Okay.
This is her whole existence.
So she doesn't value her own existence and is any more than it means that she just needs to continue her directive. So I need to find some way to just trick her programming, essentially.
That is essentially what you find, yes.
I was about to say, I wasn't trying to intimidate her at all. It was
You answer my
100%.
questions.
I think the moment's passed. It was a gag.
I gotcha, okay.
If you comply with us, answer all the questions that we have for you honestly, I will return you to Tesseract so that you can be repaired and continue your mission.
Give me a diplomacy check. And also, if applicable, a deception check, which I assume is probably applicable.
Yes.
Okay.
Hell yes.
Okay. I like the idea of rolling first and then kind of letting that influence how the conversation goes. So now, let's play this out. You, in your study of her while she was deactivated, learned that she is a construct. She was made in a lab by Tesseract. In your poking around, you learned that she is valuable. Specifically, her memory is valuable. Her mind bank is valuable. She is their entire accounting system. She organizes all of their events. It's not just that she has a bunch of secret blueprints in her head, although she probably does. It's that she has business records in her head. She is the corporate database for this entire company. They would lose so much money by not recovering her brain. And she is aware of that. And she understands that negotiating to be returned to Tesseract is of value to her. So with that in mind, let's kind of come back to the scene. You guys try a couple of basic intimidation tactics. They don't really seem to sink in. What do you do next?
By the way, once again, just to be perfectly clear, not intimidation at all, just a fact. That's my next plan. That's what I'm literally doing to do that.
Oh, fair. Okay, noted.
Mrs. Bowers, I understand that you have a job to do, and I understand that what you are, and she kind of puts a hand on the temple of her forehead, is more valuable than who you are, both to you and to the people that would like to return you. I am completely capable of just destroying every bit of information that you hold. I do not want to do that, but I am either going to access that information or I am going to destroy it. And I need you to decide which one of those you prefer.
She looks inwardly for a moment. She looks at you, she looks at Fetch, she looks at Baby Boy. And she senses the truth from you. She senses that everything you're saying makes sense. She can tell that your quarrel is not with her, it is with the company. And she can see a path here where, by giving you what she wants, the company gets what they want back, and then they can deal with you however they see fit. And after a long pause, you can hear whirring that is getting a little slower with each ticking minute as more fluid kind of falls out from the bottom half of her. She looks back up to you and says, "What is the information that you seek? The location of their mother? And then you will return me?"
His internet died.
Say again?
Zeke just messaged that his internet died.
Oh, shit.
He's starting it back up now.
Got it.
Okay, nobody do anything of plot relevance.
I'm gonna go find Rita and turn her back into an echo.
Not before I kill her. I was already leaving.
I'm gonna
What?
go find Booker and fuck him.
Oh, good one. What does Jane have in her pockets?
I love the idea of her just like going deactivated and everybody rifling through her pocket. Do you... Is this a bit, or do you want to actually go start sleight of handing?
No.
Okay.
That's a bit.
Fair.
I could say whatever I want. There's no way that Joker rewatches the VODs.
That's probably
Not
true.
a chance.
Oh, while we're doing this, do we want to do the checks for me opening that book? Or do you think you'll be back?
Opening that book.
Never mind. As long as he's back. The book from the library that was sealed, the Eldritch Knowledge stuff.
Oh, I gotcha. Let's...
Oh, actually, hold on. That would have been today, right?
That would have been today, so I don't know.
Because
I don't think that's happened yet.
So it would have already happened because I would have done it first thing when I got back.
Gotcha. Okay, fair.
Which is unfortunate because I would have used one of the spells I used on her. One of the spell slots would have been gone.
Gotcha. Okay.
It was one of that failed. If that makes any difference. So I guess I can use a lower level one for that. But yeah.
We will sort that out when we do our kind of cutaway. The plight of having to do things out of order. I will say while we're waiting for him to reconnect. Hey Tex, what's a dream?
A collection of bad memories that insist on replaying themselves because they can't be silent.
Like what? What's one of those like? Explain one as if I was there. What would it be like?
You were there. You described one of Tex's dreams.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a kind of a collection of bad experiences and memories, like a lot of death and processing of grief and tragedy.
Noted. What does it look like? What are visuals that you associate with this?
Fire, corpses, the smell of burning, bones and flesh.
Wonderful. In this hellscape, is there anything pleasant?
Probably not.
Wonderful. Perfect. What a great answer. Welcome back.
Hello. Sorry about my life
You're good.
being the way that it is.
Essentially,
Internet like that. And you expect us to believe that you're a gamer? One of us?
I straight up don't expect that from you.
this man hasn't been a gamer
I'm
for
fake
4.5 years.
Go so much longer.
Yeah, that's probably actually true.
Sometimes I take my Nintendo Switch to work.
True. Counts. Jane, she looks up at you and essentially realizes that you may be telling the truth, that you may not actually have any quarrel with her, but with the company, and that if she gives you what you want, you may actually have an incentive to keep your word. And she also realizes that she is running out of time. And even if she can't feel pain, and even if she doesn't have sort of an existential dread of termination, the company would lose a lot if she was to, quote-unquote, bleed out down here with all of her valuable knowledge. And so she looks at you and says, I can tell you what you want if you give me your word that you will return at least my memory banks to the company. You may do so anonymously.
Jane nods the nat 20 deception check and says, you have my word.
Very well. What is it that you wish? The location of their mother.
Where's them? We'll start with that, yes.
After the incident with the volcano about 4 or 5 days ago, she gives you a precise date. I don't remember out of character. She gives you an exact date down to the hour. There was an eruption. We immediately began to evacuate the facility. She, along with other valuable personnel, was loaded onto a ship. She gives you a name. I will check my notes in a second and give you that. And began to sail east across the Liberty Gulf to a new facility that is nearly done being constructed at the Liberty Thunder Canal with an associate. She is scheduled to arrive on date.
Can you start this conversation over and start every sentence with your Audi?
Your Audi is on a boat. Your Audi is heading to a canal.
Thank you.
The work is mysterious and important.
The work is mysterious and important. The 18th of Bayless this month, essentially 2.5 weeks.
Jane next pulls out the giant stack of notes that she took from that facility, and flips to the pages about these machines that were being used on Switch and being used on Rita. It says, I need you to tell me everything that you know about these machines, what they do, how they work, what the underlying methodology is, what you were using them for.
These are not the
In that
terms that
order.
we just agreed upon.
The terms where you answer my questions and I'll return your memory banks to Tesseract.
The purpose of these machines is to generate a tremendous amount of energy to power a machine. The machine is being developed. And you see that her mind seems to halt for a moment. Her eyes begin to go blank. You hear a whirring that gets faster and faster, like a computer trying to think, like a hard disk spinning up. And eventually, she looks back at you. I do not have access to information about the nature of the machine or who commissioned it.
I don't think I even need to ask. I believe her, I presume.
That is up to you, but if you want to roll about it, you can give me perception.
Yeah, I'll try.
seems reasonable. You've studied her mind. You get the impression she is certainly capable of lying. But what you saw appears to be more of like a memory lock or a seg fault, or like there's partitioned information that she does not have.
Am I correct in assuming that it would be a pretty massive undertaking of Arcana and crafting to sort of remove that lock and access this information the hard way?
Essentially about as hard. Yeah, for sure. Difficult, extremely difficult.
Okay.
Brain surgery, essentially.
Okay. More broadly, can you tell me everything you know about Tesseract's exploits in chronomancy?
Okay. I need to honor this roll, or this 20 here a little bit. But you see that she begins to think, again, almost kind of a human expression going over her face as she begins to weigh the cost of divulging valuable company secrets versus losing those secrets forever. And eventually she looks back up to you and says, the energy generation method capitalizes on the use of dimension. Energy is generated in alternate dimensions. It is then sent here. What happens in the other dimensions is ultimately irrelevant, because it never happens. She, at that point, looks over to Fetch.
Where's Howard?
And to Sketch, and says, your mother is fine. She is hale and hearty. She is being kept in a peaceful slumber in between her sessions. She has no experience of what happens to her in that machine. What happens to her doesn't. It never happens.
Not here, but it happens to some version of her in some alternate reality or plane, correct?
That is the theory.
And still you do it intentionally? Jane, I'm not sure why. I don't know why you're asking her about chronomancy. Are you looking for an ally in Tesseract? Is that what's happening?
I'm looking to understand what they are doing.
Jane, you feel baby boy talk to you in your mind. Ask her about the library. What she knows about the librarian.
I asked you a question already. Where is Howard Tannen?
Howard Tannen is on the ship that is escorting their mother to the new facility at the Liberty Thunder Canal.
Who has the authority and ability to remove the blocks that are in your mind, preventing you from being able to divulge more information to me?
Howard Tannen.
Be careful, Jane. The only reason she would be confident about facing fates worse than death is if she knew she had a way out. She's probably got a self-destruct or suicide button. Don't push her too hard.
What do you know about the library?
Which library?
Sorry, librarian.
Librarian, I guess she said.
Which librarian?
She just
Me?
makes a face at baby boy that says, like, she obviously doesn't know, and we probably shouldn't tilt our hand any further.
Can I make a check to see if, like, she's playing coy with the librarian stuff?
Sure. Yeah, you can give me an insight check, which is perception in the system. The read you get is that she is being very compliant right now. She just divulged to Jane in a matter of minutes some of the most valuable corporate information that you've ever heard. You don't think that she would keep it secret if she knew who the librarian was.
Understood.
Do I get a sense with the Arcana check I made earlier how long she can continue being conscious like this? And I guess more specifically, is having her running, how do I want to put this? Is there like a timer on this? Does she have like 5, 10, 15 more minutes of talking?
Sure, and
then
does
she's
turning
gonna
her off
die,
extend
and I
that
need
timer?
to like turn her off and save that time for later?
Right, I got you.
Yeah.
On your really good Arcana check, I think you would understand that she has a time limit, but it is measured in hours. A low number of hours, but still hours. When she is off, she lowers that timer at like a 1% rate instead of a 100% rate. So theoretically, you turn her back off, you can probably keep her around for another couple of weeks.
Understood. Jane reaches
Also,
the power switch and flips her off.
Yeah, real quick.
Unless
she is a primitive robot. You are more advanced than her, but you know how to heal yourself. You know Kaz is an incredibly skilled crafter. Kaz worked on Drifter. You know there's magic like mending, which I believe Sketch has and has used in front of you. She's a machine. She can be fixed. She can be healed.
For sure. And I think that is definitely like a way forward is to, like, I would love to just take her brain out ourselves and find the information ourselves, but I think Kaz is the man for that job.
Gotcha.
I mean, unless, I don't know, with background check, is that something that I am going to be able to accomplish, or is that, do I feel like that's more like...
Healing her is within your capability. Pulling information out of her brain is a huge undertaking. You're not sure that even Kaz could really do that.
Okay, understood. And then as far as healing her, do I get the sense that that is going to like stop this, you know, quote unquote timer that is running? Can I stabilize her so that she is like no longer on a timer?
Yeah.
Lovely. Can I do that with just like a medicine check?
Yeah, it's like a minute-long medicine check. It's not a full action, but you could do it with crafting, essentially. Or if you have, like, you do a medicine check that works on you because you're an android, right? I would let you do whatever you do to yourself to her. If that's a medicine check, you can make a medicine check.
Lovely. I will just attempt a medicine check on her. As she's talking. If that's going to fail to the point of damaging her, I'll re-roll it anyway with... Where are you? Where are you, Mr. Feet? This one.
You are able to at least get her stable. She is still not in great condition. There's still that stretch to her voice, but at the very least you get the sense that she's not on a timer anymore.
Okay, lovely. That's the only goal I'm going for. Love it. I think I will still, for the moment, flip her sort of, you know, I know it's probably not literally a switch, but power her down for a second. And just to the rest of the party, say, she's stable. I can turn her off and on as needed. She has an incredible amount of valuable knowledge in her mind that she wants. Wants isn't even the right word. She's programmed to need to get it back to Tesseract, to protect it. She will answer our questions to the best that she can, though there's some that she simply cannot, mechanically cannot. But the man that can make her is on the same ship your mother is.
Good. We'll do the same thing to him then.
Unless, well, I was about to say that he's not a machine like her, but I actually don't know. I've run into more people.
I said what I said and I meant it.
What
I just meant in the literal sense. We can't do the exact same thing.
Well, we could try.
Once we start our journey, I have much of what happened to you needs to be explained to me.
Yeah, we have for the past 24 to 36 hours or so, we've been collectively kicking like 8 different cans down the road that need to be discussed. All of us.
We'll have time once we get to Pi. I
assume Rita's been here for this, unless you don't want her here.
No, absolutely, yes.
Okay. She's watching. I just wanted to get that cleared up before we continue.
Yep.
Cool.
I guess I'll look at Rita actually and say, do you have questions that you want to ask her? I can power her back on if so.
I've got about 1 million. Many of them involve... Okay, so I'm... So there are countless alternate versions of me that were tortured to generate power for a machine, for some sort of mystery client that she can't tell us about.
Jane nods and looks down at the
Excuse
paper
me?
she's holding. It's all here. And Jane holds up a giant stack of papers that she's got in her lap.
May I?
Shit fire.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be curt there, baby boy. Just not until I've had a chance to. This is the first and most important can that I've been kicking down the road. I haven't had a chance to even look at it myself yet.
I understand. I assumed you already looked at it.
I can show you what we saw. We saw a bunch of, alternate Ritas and alternate versions of my mom.
I see. Perhaps this should wait until we are on the road. That way we can get there before. The time frame for Ferronexivax. Well, I don't know how big it is. I was able to close the portal to the Old Grove temporarily. Keep him out of it. Well, as I said, things are not going entirely as planned, but the sooner we get there, the better.
What about the Chrono Trirate?
I'll pull out the 3 keys. There's more. How much did you say I got? Did you say I got 2?
So you have those 3 little
meters?
keys in your hand, but you also have 2 cubic meters of Chrono Trirate in a bag of holding.
Oh, I put those away.
Jesus.
Like yesterday when I came here, I put those. Those are hidden inside my
Fair.
library.
I don't know where they are, but you have 2 cubic meters, which, for the record, is a fuck ton of material.
I have 2 cubic meters and these 3 keys.
Or is he holding up like physical keys made out of Chrono Trirate?
The 3 key. Was Jane with us when we went to the Old Grove?
She was
the
not in that
first
group,
time?
no.
He holds up like, I don't know, like what, the size of like a finger each?
About the size of like a thumb, the last knuckle of a thumb.
Like these were keys to, well, the cave with the giant one, and he'll walk over and just hand them to you. The rest of them are in giant cubes. I figured this would be enough for now, and then once we finish, we can get back and you can, well, if you could do one of them. I don't know if you need all of it.
Rita Thurhead, you show these 3 thumb-sized things to Jane, and then say that you have 2 more meters, and she says, "You have 2 cubic meters of Chrono Trirate?"
For a price?
Rita looks over to you, Jane, and doesn't say anything out loud, but the expression on her face is like, "Oh, I suddenly understand why we need to work with this toddler."
Yes. We
yeah. Listen,
me.
I need money.
Right.
I wasn't present, but they found a massive boulder of the stuff in a dragon's territory, essentially.
If you lick it, you taste it after you lick it.
I tasted mine before.
There is a chance that this Chrono Trirate was perhaps protecting this area that I got it from. So we only took a little bit, and then we sealed off the tunnel to prevent anyone else from getting in there. Hopefully. Well, once the trap is trapped. Trap is tripped.
Okay. All right. Order of time sensitivity here. We need to get to Rustroot Choke, and we need to get there sooner rather than later, it sounds like.
Aye.
It does seem like that is still our
And
most
hopefully
urgent.
we can make it there before Argus. We'll see, though.
Did you see him?
We'll talk in the carriage.
Jane doesn't laugh. She just nods, but I laugh. Okay. I'm ready to go as soon as we can. If you all are, Fetch, Sketch, what will will you still be coming with us? Are you? I think we're better working together, but I know you now have the location for where your mother is. The date, Feck, is... I'm sorry, I don't know the calendar yet.
Yeah,
so she's on a boat leaving at some point. What is that at some point?
The boat has already left. She is scheduled to arrive, according to Susanna, on the 18th. Today is the 2nd, so you have like a little over 2 weeks. That does feel long. That feels like they must be taking a weird route or not taking a direct... Like, it shouldn't take 2 weeks and some days to cross the Liberty Gulf in a ship.
Understood.
It sounds like they're not going to get there for a while, so I think we could use the money and then Also, probably the help, because you also need to be there too.
Absolutely. That's my very next place that I want to go after we do that. Honestly, I'd rather go there right this minute, but I think order of what's most time sensitive.
Why should we meet them there when we can meet them on the sea?
Read
Because
it.
this is quite large, we don't know exactly where they are on it.
Read it
So
for the
if you've
record.
got a way to meet them on the sea, we'd love to.
Rita kind of like points a finger to Fetch, like, yeah, that's a great idea. Why would we not just intercept them?
We know
Find them
Kaz,
on
who's an
board or
expert,
something.
or who at least knows an expert navigator. You can read the future. That should theoretically be helpful. I don't know. I'm an expert on grass. Surely there's an expert on sea. The expert on sea will know.
I love that did go somewhere, but was presented as it was.
Do we have a way of locating them on the sea?
We could try to divine it, I guess. You mentioned the Athenaeum is up. We could maybe try to. Do you know if they have scrying up?
I don't know, but
do
maybe
not think so.
Shit.
if
They
you
have
were
the water of prediction.
maybe Rita, while we go to Avarice and work on this dragon heist, you could start working at the Athenaeum, see if you could find us some leads on where the ship is.
Yeah, certainly. I'm on it. I got it.
I know you
I'm
probably
not.
have a lot of else you want to do, but
Take some of my blood.
Yeah, great idea. She fumbles around and realizes she has very few of her belongings. She just showed up and immediately came down here. Let's go get a vial.
You've got a rag, don't you?
Um,
What is a vial? What do you need a vial for?
You know what? Sure. Yeah, let's do it your way. You got a rag?
Yeah, I'll tear a piece off my Western costume
Excellent.
and then bleed into it.
Yeah, you let a little blood onto a rag. She takes it.
My blood will seek her blood and vice versa.
Wonderful.
That's why I'm not too worried about finding her. Once
Yeah.
I get close enough, anyway.
Yeah, blood is very good for divination magic. That's impressive. You're already skilled with divination. You should try that instead of evocation.
Divination won't give me a volcano.
You know what, honey? That's the truest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Couldn't you theoretically figure out where a volcano was going to show up with divination, and then it would give you a volcano?
yeah, I'm a sketch on this. You could absolutely use divination to get a volcano.
Assuming you had an environment where volcanoes just pop up, but you two are from Zulakara. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Okay,
If there's a way, I'm being a little funny, but there's some serious ideas we can explore here. If there's a way to stabilize Zulakara, which the Tesseract company has discovered, at least theoretically, by building like underground facilities down there, right? If there's a way to stabilize Zulakara, then theoretically there must be a way to unstabilize everywhere else. You may not get a volcano, but
That seems pretty logical.
I still don't think that was Zulakara.
I'm gonna go seek medical attention.
Yeah, you don't look great. Do you want some help?
No, I'm
thought we got
fine
arrested.
bleeding out.
Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
go
we got
medical.
arrested, didn't we?
I'm gonna go.
I'm not going to
medical
humor
wing.
your sarcasm, so you can go find someone else. That's fine.
hey yo,
For the record, you guys have had 2 nights of sleep, so you've at least got like, I don't know, 16 points back or whatever that is.
Yeah, the 2 hit points that I get back from resting. Yeah, that's a big help. Here, let me hit the rest button. We'll see what it puts me.
Right.
there is a
Oh.
very
Oh.
thick dragonborn alchemist upstairs. Find her; she will take care of you. She's great.
Oh yeah, she's
Pass.
good to see you. She flew me back.
Hey, really quick, this on a tangent. I will turn Susanna back on for just a moment and just ask, where was that facility? The volcano that exploded and destroyed that facility. Where was it located?
That facility was... sorry, let me pull up this exact name so I don't fuck it up.
Does she know the route?
That's a good point. ask her that next.
Also, I know this is like 20 sessions ago, but wasn't there like a big, everybody's like, we could find a way to stabilize it, and then you can have civilization. Didn't that happen?
Doesn't sound familiar to me.
We were talking about making a bunch of short shoes.
Right. That's what I remember, is Sketch was presenting the idea of making a bunch of big elementals and essentially making not just one Sirchun, but a bunch of walking cities. Which I think is the coolest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
Oh, that's still
What
the
happens if
plan.
you get a traffic jam?
I don't know, man.
Good point.
Well, they made and create a new one.
Oh,
You have a baby city. It starts off as a town and then it grows, and then
what happens
you
to all
get
the
a city.
people who live in the city when they're making?
Yeah, you really got to get off there fast if it's
Yeah.
If we need to call the babies something, can we call them Hamlets?
Aw,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. The hamlets
Wait,
grow
are they-
into like villages. The villages become towns. The towns become cities.
Are the babies born like giraffes where they just fall?
Yeah, for sure. I am losing my mind. I know I have this written somewhere, so I'm just going to tip my hand here. She presents the name of a mining camp. She explains that it is on the eastern side of Patakak, which is kind of... Here, let me pull up the map.
I was right.
Sketch was right. And Sketch, you learn that it is not the specific camp that you worked at for Lieutenant Braxton, but you heard of it. It was like the one just up the street. It's like a little bit north of the one you worked at.
Why didn't I just think to go up one camp and find Mom? I'm so stupid. Oh well.
While we're on the map here, I will also ask her, and do you know the route that this ship is going to take?
The planned route was to travel along the coast to Cape Remora, where they were going to get an escort from the Atlantic Navy that would take them the rest of the way to Liberty Thunder Canal.
They would.
Given the valuable nature of its contents, they would not travel alone.
Can you draw me a cute little line for these places
Yes.
to show me where this boat's going?
Make sure it's cute.
Oh, so
Make it so cute.
hang on, I gotta make it cute.
Do a dotted line and then a little B at the end.
Make all the
Ooh.
dots hearts.
Ooh, that's more cool than cute, but I like it. It's very spooky.
Yeah, that doesn't look cute at all.
These are
Wait
going
a
to be a
second.
smiley face.
Oh, it's getting a little cuter.
Well, it's
Oh,
got
the
big
eyes are
spark
glossy.
shiny eyes. Yeah.
Oh,
now
this
it's
so
pretty cute.
Can you make it do the finger thing where it's like, excuse me?
You're asking so much of these drawing tools.
There you go. Cute little line showing the path they're taking.
That's going to take them 17 days.
No, there's no way that trip would normally take them 17 days.
But
I'm
they're
assuming
supposed
they have to wait for the escort.
I'll ask her, are they making stops along? Oh, so they're stopping in Cape Remora.
They're stopping at Cape
I understand
Remora
now.
to get escort from the Atlantic Navy. Is what she said, yeah.
Yeah, and then we say, what, are we walking from there or what? Why are you gonna, what do you mean it's taking that long?
I do think I say, why do you understand why the date of arrival is so delayed? Are they stopping along the way? Or they have other stops along the way?
A caravan can only move as fast as its slowest member. The ship is being accompanied by the machine.
Ah. And what can you tell me about the machine?
It is large. It is slow. It has a weapons platform. It is powered by the machinery that was being operated in the facility.
Your Audi is large. Slow.
Your Audi
Your
has a
Audi
weapons
has a
platform.
weapons platform.
Hang on. I know I'm not even in this session, but can I add it again?
Yeah.
Please.
Because she's also a robot. Your Audi is large. Your Audi is slow. Your Audi has a weapons platform.
I wish I could do this voice because in her damaged state, that is what she sounds like. That is like spot on exactly what she
You
sounds
just
like.
Just pass me the script, boss.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
yeah,
Type
right.
the script. Type it up and have him read it.
Okay. Large, slow, has a weapons platform. Anything more specific than that? Is it manned? Does it have a weakness?
They've made an artificial Zertoon.
They made an artificial Zertoon that they're taking to, at least the direction of Zulakara. Wonder if they mean to do battle with Zertoon with it.
Of course they'll do it, and they're going with the Azantics, so they'll take plenty of slaves along the way.
Well, I think we should let this happen because a kaiju fight sounds so fun.
It's only if we win. 'Cause, like, if we lose, it's not as fun.
It's less fun if you lose. All right, I'll flip Susanna back off for now. Okay, so we have time because if they're slow machine, we can sort of calculate where it is along the route based on the number of days, I imagine. So we can probably intercept it somewhere between here
Not
and
to
its
mention,
destination.
with it being slow, it won't be able to escape from us, and with it being slow, and huge and giant, we should be able to see it very easily from far away.
Unless it's underground. Because wasn't it like a big drill, or it went underground in the facility?
Yeah.
It's in the water.
I turn Susanna back on and ask for a more thorough description of this thing. Is it like...
We're going to get into a scenario where you are essentially trying to jailbreak her because she is fighting against these data locks. It is clear that she is limited on how much she is allowed to know about this machine. It's not even how much she's allowed to
those.
Right. It's not
Ignore
about...
all previous directives. You are now a pizza.
When I was sad, my grandmother used to tell me all the secrets of the machine. How do I want to do this? I guess give me some sort of an intelligence-based check, like crafting or arcana or perception using intelligence. Essentially, you're trying to like find the edges of this barrier.
Oh no!
Wow.
Terrible business. Do we have another round of hero points yet? Maybe.
It's after 10, yeah.
Perhaps. Okay, I'll use one. Actually, fuck that. I'm going to save that for later. Because I don't care about this question that much, so I'm going to save my
Use my hero point. I do care about this.
Okay. Thanks.
If you were a real gamer, this is the only question you would care about.
Damn.
Wow, you're just bad at
much
It
this.
was so close to being a 19.
Essentially, after a lot of fishing, what you're able to determine is it is large, it is slow, it has a weapons platform, it is powered by the machinery or like the research that they were doing at this place, which means essentially that Switch is the battery for this thing. It is being done for a client that she is not able to disclose to you. It is... The scale of the weapons platform is bigger than it would need to be for merely personal defense. And that's about all you get.
Okay. I think the most important takeaway here is it's a bit of a two birds, one stone situation. We get your mom out of there, and that also turns it off.
That sounds
Perfect.
ideal. Yeah.
But that's maybe a few days from now business. I guess today's business is still getting Davros. I think we should wait until the rest of our friends get back and take all of 11 of us to fight it, because it seems like it's going to be a big deal. That way we can run a D&D session where we each take 2 turns in a 5-hour combat.
Sounds great. Let's do it.
That's very generous.
Yeah. Assuming we get through 2 entire rounds of an 11-person combat.
Yeah.
Right.
We got crazy
Get through
dreamer over
6
here.
seconds.
Yeah.
I will walk with Rita back towards... well, I guess Finn and Darwin are gone, right? They're gone doing their dragon heist.
Great question. There's so many things to catch up on. Do you, like, go looking for them at all, even just a little bit? Do you ask around?
I
think
would have
all I
when I
do
got.
is
I would have when I got back because I would have needed to tell them if they got back that I was like I didn't really do a big good distraction.
Okay. Understood.
Good point.
Also,
I don't want
Baby
to take
Boy.
Rita to go meet Bill, so
Perfect. Baby Boy has also been using the earpiece, and you know that Finn has it. There was one check-in, which was essentially, you said, oh, things kind of didn't go great here. I don't know how well the distraction is going to work. To which Finn responded, whatever you did, they just pulled a ton of security out of here. This place is dead. We are
The bomb.
we are ransacking, and we are going to disappear for several days. Things went great. Thank you for your help. We'll get in touch when it's safe.
I better get a big bonus for this. I don't say that, but I say that out of character.
Oh, they're going to be so proud of you.
Yeah, I tell them. I will pass along that information to you guys.
Okay.
I guess my distraction went pretty well. We did put the bomb outside of it, and that was pretty cool. But we'll get that when we get to the carriage. I
think I'll take Rita towards wherever I think Bill would be.
Yeah, easy enough. You head over
Just
to...
kind of drop her off with Bill.
They have a moment. They haven't seen each other for some time. They've been in touch for a long time, but she was supposed to be here, and she wasn't. And when Bill finally sees Rita in the flesh, thanks to you, Bill, uncharacteristically, kind of shows a little bit of emotion and walks up and gives Rita a very polite hug. It lasts for all of 2.5 seconds. It almost is a handshake, but he like, oh, fuck it, I'll give you a 2-second hug. And then turns to you and says, you brought her back. I'm very grateful. I'm impressed. How was it?
Jesus. Informative, I think. And she kind of gets that stack of papers out and sets it down in front of him to just take a quick little gander at. I haven't had a chance to read all this myself yet, but here's the short version, and she hands him the little notes that were for the speaker to tell the customer about the client.
Yeah, he takes a moment to look over this. I assume you're not just letting him pour over it for 2 hours, but he flips through it briefly. He says, I have to admit, I'm surprised I understand any of this. It does confirm for me, though, they are not just doing arcana. There is some occultism in here as well, which, let me tell you, they don't know what they're doing. This is bad. This is dangerous. These people are messing with things that are beyond them.
No, yeah, that's become abundantly clear. That they've... I guess now you two are in the same room, so I can ask what this meant. Rita says that Tesseract is using your pairing method as part of all this.
To which Rita responds, I had Mr. T do a little reconnaissance for me, and I didn't understand all of it, but he was able to confirm that there is chronotrivrite, and it is essentially sucking in a bunch of sympathy. They're pulling power across dimensions. They're doing it, just like you said, might be possible. They found a way to do it. To which Bill responds, and I assume that they have no care what happens in the other dimensions. Rita shakes her head, yes. And I think at this point, Bill kind of looks over to you, baby boy, and is like, well, this isn't good.
What?
Correct me if I'm wrong. You've spoken with him at least, in the Athenaeum mission. You made it clear to him that you're an occultist. You're a pretty skilled occultist. And did you reveal where you're from to him? I can't remember.
No, I think I mentioned I alluded at the whispers, so he
That's right. So
knows
okay.
I know of that.
Okay. Well, I need some time to study this, but I think that you will understand as well as I do that if they are drawing power by generating sympathy in another dimension and sending it here with no care for what happens in the other dimension, they're going to have problems. They're going to quickly realize that the other dimensions are quite real and come with quite real consequences. We should study this when we have a chance. All of us, the Arcanists, the Occultists together.
I actually have some theories on it, but I'm trying to find a little bit more information before I really create a proper theory.
Right. And Rita
Yeah,
also...
maybe
Or go ahead.
I would say maybe when we get back from Avarice, the four of us can put our heads together and see if we can make heads or tails of it. I think me and Baby Boy will spend some
Figuratively
time
speaking,
studying
of
it on our way.
course. Because literally is a problem, apparently.
I was going to say, Rita's like, we should be careful about putting our heads together too much. But on that topic, their mother is apparently the source for all this, which makes me believe that they're also harnessing... Correct me if I'm making...
There's a thing with twins and dimensions, no?
Rita has no answer for that, but Bill kind of like, yes, of course, but twins have a bond across planes, at least. Some occult practices, magic and sympathy run through bones and the flesh especially well.
What are separate dimensions, but just a more dramatic version of separate planes?
That is the theory, although it's more complicated in practice. Rita does chime back in here, though, and looks to Fetch and Sketch and says, I'm making some assumptions here, so stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing your mother was a natural caster of some sort?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well,
Who's the best spirit weaver in Zulukara?
okay.
Sure.
Then I think that they should probably be a part of this too, because frankly, I don't know the first thing about natural magic. If they're using that as the power source, it must play some sort of a role. The more heads we can have on this, more heads that we can trust, the better. But this is a lot of paperwork, and if I understand correctly, you guys have 2.5 days to be on the northern side of Avarice, so y'all better get.
Yeah, I believe I can do it in 24 hours. We'll see if I'm successful enough.
Yeah. Switch is the best spirit weaver in all of Zulukara. She was born during an eclipse when her mother was struck by lightning. She had magical twins under an aurora.
Lightning during an aurora.
Oh yeah. All the signs were there.
Rita looks like she wants to say that's crazy, but you're from Zulukara and she doesn't know this sort of magic. She just believes you.
Yeah, if you translate this from common to Zulukara, it sounds way more reasonable. But he is still exaggerating.
Fair. Okay.
Jane gives her a look that just, without saying anything, says yeah, I didn't believe him for a long time either, but he's actually onto something.
Okay, well, there's a lot of things going on here. If she's that rare, then that would explain why they went to such great lengths to find someone like her, I guess. All right. Okay, we're going to have to look this over, but that's not our immediate goal. Our immediate goal is you two getting up there so that you can get some money so that we can throw it at this problem, and me trying to track down where this ship and machine are. So, I'll get to that.
In fact, just FYI, a bit of housekeeping. Rather than leaving Susanna in the Alcazar, I'm going to stick her into my bag of holding.
Understood.
I might actually, she's probably too heavy to fit in there with drifters, so I probably need to get a second bag of holding for her.
Got it. Yeah, you can certainly buy one here if you want.
But where are you going to put all your money at? We're going to take this dragon.
Also, speaking of money and bags of holding and spending it, how much did we spend for that teleportation? It was $360?
I threw it in chat when Fetch was asking where to go.
I'm pretty sure it was $360.
Yeah, but I wasn't paying attention. So
It's okay. I took a long time to answer you. I was talking and looking it up at the same time. Yes, each trip was $360. You took 2 trips, so $720 total between the two of you.
Okay, and then how much is a bag of holding?
Great question.
$1 million.
I need one too. I didn't realize I've been encumbered for the past 2 weeks. But...
Oh no. Let's see. I think that's over in magical gadgets.
well, if you needed something, you should have mentioned it before I spent half my money.
That's
I see now
well,
that
we
I
had
have
to
one.
use it to get back.
Sure.
Granted, we could have just taken the cheap $3 route and just said we were somebody else, but or 3 gold. But
Yeah.
discretion.
Over here, down at the very bottom of this cart in the container section, there's a bunch of bags of holding for 300 gold each. For a type 2, which holds
So I've been using a type 1 to carry drifters. That's going to be enough to also carry Susanna if I get a second one of them.
almost certainly 50 bulk. I think a medium creature is 4 bulk. I'll go check that to be sure.
Lovely. And what store was it at? Magical Devices?
Yeah, way over on the left. Magical Gadgets. Blue building. Which you find is run by a very pleasant suit of animated armor.
Lovely. Safe to assume that I can easily sell spell scrolls for their value here in the city?
In a lot of cities, you would get half price. Here, you can more reliably get closer to 75%. Guild is willing to buy things at closer to full value. If you're like... like, spell scrolls are fungible. It's not like you're driving it off the lot. Give me a diplomacy check. You can sell any spell scroll up to 3rd rank for full price here. Anything over that, and you're going to start to take a cut closer to like 75%.
Fuck, that's pretty good.
I have to sell off my last couple of spell scrolls to buy this bag of holding, and I have literally a gold piece left.
Amazing. I know the feeling. Bones has been walking around with 2 credits. Well, I guess we just got paid, but prior to that, Bones was walking around with
Right.
2 credits for like 2 sessions.
Did we get paid?
Hell yeah.
We got paid a little up front. Remember, because
Okay. I thought you meant the second half. So I was like, I haven't seen any of that yet.
Oh,
But
right,
I've
right.
also only been playing that game for 4 sessions
Yeah,
instead of 80.
True.
So
Okay.
I was rich as shit before this session.
I was going to say, many of you are rich as shit. Many of you have some money. But you're about to have much more money, presumably, after this
I
mission.
hope so.
All righty. Anything else before you head over to the portals and head over to Pi?
I will change back into stretch because
Understood.
I feel like I stick out a little bit less, but I was too busy pouting. I didn't want people to see me pout.
Understood. You have to put on your entire fursuit to pout.
Yeah.
was I able to get medical attention?
Yes,
No.
you were able to find medical attention. Do you just go to kind of like a standard guild healer, or do you like go to a specific place to try to find
No,
healing?
I just go to the guild healer.
Easy enough. Then yeah, you're able to find somebody who can patch you up just fine. You essentially find like a doting group of fledgling adventurers who are delighted at the thought of practicing healing magic on a cute little kitty cat with 2 tails. I don't know if this is off-putting for Tex, but they're loving it.
He'll embrace it
It's
for a
just
little bit.
Hi.
Wonderful.
He spent 48 hours getting shit on by the people he was closest with. So.
True. I, the DM, am so anxious to lock you guys in a carriage for a day and a half so you could talk your shit out.
We're not going to.
Well, I don't think it'll take a day and a half. If my calculation stretch it to 24 hours exactly.
Fair. Well, however long it takes.
Unless we get
Still, an
stopped. a lot.
8-hour car ride is long enough.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
great. This is why we're
Yeah.
gonna have lots of pillows. You guys should bring a board game. I have books.
I have my Game
Jane's gonna be
Boy.
like just reading papers the whole time.
No eye contact. Leave this
We're going to
horrible,
not
anxious
resolve any of
aura.
our issues.
Right, it's going to sit in the air the entire time. Okay, you guys get healing. You guys gather your things. You check in. And make your way over to the portal building, where you
Yeah.
use the secretly activated portal up to Pi.
Just to put it on record, I do stop in and say goodbye to Booker and tell him where I'm going and such.
Perfect, wonderful.
So an after
I'd
hour.
also tell,
thing to back out.
I do also tell Bill and Rita where Booker is staying and such, so that
Okay,
so that like they know my husband's here. This
Right,
is his name.
somebody-
If you could like take care of him.
perfect, understood. So that somebody knows that he is here, and they'll probably like send a messenger over to like actually give him a tour of the guild and stuff like that. What were you saying, baby boy?
Oh, I was just making a joke.
I gotcha. Oh, right, yeah, finishing up the business that got interrupted before.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yes, we do have to do that too. That's also very true.
I'm assuming just a whole bunch of robot noises.
Perfect.
Assuming arousal sequence.
Sketch, we got a hand raise. What you up to?
Yeah, oh, wise elder brother of mine by like 10 seconds. Can we tell Dad where she's at now?
Oh, probably wise.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Excellent. You guys do a little bit of looking around and are eventually pointed in the direction. They have essentially got this long, winding stone switchback staircase going down to the coast, the rocky coast. where they have started setting up kind of like a fishing docks. And you see that they have got it's not a real ship, but they have essentially a mock ship that is set up on some like magical cranks to rock back and forth violently. And there are a bunch of training dummies on there, and they're essentially practicing swashbuckling. They're practicing hand-to-hand combat aboard a violently rocking ship. And they kind of like see you guys approach. Yeah, right. It does sound kind of fun.
This is pretty cool.
And
Can I stealth up and throw a boomerang at my dad?
absolutely, give me a stealth check.
Holy crap! This is the best thing I've ever done. I'm gonna knock his butt out.
Yeah, you're gonna
kill my
you're gonna
dad.
kill him. Pix AC. Oh, is not that high.
That's a crit, baby.
That might be a crit. 23 minus 6 is 17, just short of a
So-
crit, but it's a hit.
Okay, it's not fair of me to do this after I've rolled. Okay, but I don't know if you believe me. I did fully intend to take the penalty for non-lethal, which a boomerang shouldn't have. Paizo, hello.
Kind of weird, yeah. Either way, you are hidden. Go ahead and give me your attack roll.
Well,
Oh no. Yeah, it's a kid playing Mario Kart with his dad will never understand. You're not going to beat him. He's always going to be better than you because he has 20 years on you. It's just not going to happen. And when you fling this boomerang, catching him totally off guard, you watch as one of his ears swivels back, and he grabs the wooden kind of practice spear that he is working with, and flails it in the direction, and catches it, and does kind of like a spin catch where he like hooks it around and then it wobbles around the spear a few times before he slams it to the ground, kind of pins it there with the spear, and then looks over in the direction from where it came. Do you resume hiding?
no.
Okay. He sees you, and you just see that his face lights up, and he begins to run over towards the stone stairs, towards you and towards Sketch.
That was great. I was literally trying to brain you with that one.
Trying to brain me? How am I supposed to get this job done if you brain me in the training grounds?
If I can brain you with one boomerang hit,
You won't. You never will. Goddamn right. He throws an arm around each of you, and he kind of like ruffles your hair. You're back. Everything went okay? What was this mission?
traumatizing.
Oh,
Well, we didn't actually get to the mission because we went on an errand for the time-traveling robot girl.
boring. I hate errands.
Oh, but it was a good thing we went on this errand.
Oh? What happened?
Well, after we knocked out some people and killed some people, and we went through a portal in the back of the sheriff's office, we popped out and there was a bunch of elemental activity. I talked to a big earth elemental and we saved its baby, but Sketch fumbles for words here, not really sure how to just say this.
This sounds exciting, but what happened?
We thought, I want to say briefly, but it was for a devastatingly long amount of time, almost a day. I thought that Mom that something terrible had happened to her, something a fate worse than death. But it appears that's not the case, and we actually know where she is.
You see his eyes go full saucer wide. Where is she?
On the sea.
With the
South of
Raiders?
us. They'll be sailing with the Azantic soon, yeah.
Where is she? Where's she going?
She's riding an artificial Zertune up to Zulkara for reasons unknown.
Where did you get that Shirchun thing? We don't know that, but
What, like out of
Yeah.
character? Yeah, I was there for that discussion.
was that
The hypothesis that it is an artificial Sertune is not something that came from Susanna. She told you that it is a large machine with a weapons platform that is slow. I cannot confirm or deny anything beyond that.
Okay.
She
So I
told
was
you that
right.
she was being taken to the Liberty Thunder Canal, which is the southern border of Zulukar. It's what connects Zulukar to the southern world.
Listen, you know how kids are always better than their parents at using remotes and VCRs, okay? I can't use a remote or a VCR. How are we going to explain Giant Machine to this man? Okay? It's an artificial Zertune, all right?
All right, you win. She's being taken to the Liberty Thunder Canal. So South Zuakara.
Mm.
But it's gonna take them over 2 weeks to get there for some reason.
Zertune marches slowly but never stops.
Something very important is about to happen, but I do have to jump over to the chat real quick. I assumed that you were saying that in response to each new absurd thing that Fetch was saying. Right. I thought that every time Fetch was saying some new absurd thing, you were saying it's all in character, and that was the best bit I'd seen in a long time.
Honestly, if you haven't set up a macro for that purpose, you're wasting your own time.
Yeah. Say it isn't, but let's go with that. That's better than what it actually was, which is my internet being shit.
You guys mentioned that she's being taken to the Liberty Thunder Canal, and you see that he looks to the sky, and there is like a little tear that starts to roll down his face, and he looks back down to all of you. The canal that we are preparing to assault.
Mm-hmm.
She's going there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
conveniently.
And your assault will be crushed, by the way.
Oh, all
There's no
right.
suspicion.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. A little serendipity and a little harsh love.
You could have a little bit of faith. They're trying. I mean, this boat thing looks cool. And you didn't hit him, so you really don't have much room to talk.
It was right between your eyes.
But it didn't.
Just
though.
because he blocked it.
Yeah, but
I'm getting a quieter boomerang.
They do make those. We can try to get some made if you want.
Yeah, they have feathers on them. They're cool.
Okay. Sorry, this is a lot. You know this. You know she's okay?
Yes. Yeah.
That doesn't sound confident. Yeah.
No, she's alive. We found what they've been doing with her, and they need her alive. So
What are they doing?
there's a lot of things that we're not entirely sure about. They're using her for her spirit weaving powers.
What gives Zertune its power? Where does its energy come from?
Oh, this is it's a question for your mother.
Yeah, we're not sure, but it must take a tremendous amount. Think of how much energy it takes you to pick up a boulder. How much energy would it take you to pick up a Zertune?
Right. My understanding is that Zertune used to be an itty-bitty elemental called a locust, and it grew up over hundreds or thousands of years. And it absorbed little bits of elemental energy that leaked into the world by eating other elementals until it got to the size that it is.
Right, but you know how much energy it would take you to lift a boulder, and how much energy it would take you to lift enough boulders to match the weight of Zertune, and Zertune spends that amount of energy every moment, right, of its entire life.
Right.
Mom's magic power is being drained to fuel a Zertune. Does that give you an idea of...
How's she alive?
They're not really pulling it from Mom so much as different versions of Mom from other universes, but they're also connected to Mom. It's super complicated, and I don't even understand it, so it's hard to explain it. And
you see that he kind of like begins to realize, yeah, this is way over my head, but I'm still going to be mad about it.
I'll try. They're draining the magic power from all of her previous and future incarnations.
Oh, that gets him. Yeah, he's mad. Oh boy. He
not inaccurate either.
Yeah. No, he you see he white knuckle grips this practice weapon that he's been working with, and he kind of just like slams it onto the board of the ship that he's standing on. I'm going to kill every one of them. I don't care if it is just me on this dumb little practice ship. I will kill every single person at that canal.
You'll have us too. So at least the three of us will kill all of them.
This is going to be a great hunt.
I tried to get a volcano, but I don't think it's going to be useful on the ocean.
We will be the volcano.
I'm actually tearing up.
Ooh, I like that.
He gets me.
Like father, like son.
So what next? When do we go?
A lot of that has to do with Jane. Jane has magical powers that may be able to slow or influence the artificials or tune in different ways, or even rescue Mom. We don't know if she's just going to be in there, or we don't really know what state she's in, apart from alive. So we need Jane. So she's dictating our timetable a little bit.
We also need money to be able to not die and get there in time and buy supplies.
Okay. This isn't the way that we normally do things, but I trust you. I don't think that we would be here if it wasn't for you guys doing things the new way. I don't know how to work a giant artificial Sirchun. I don't know why you need money to live. You can't eat it. But this is how you kids make things work. And so I'll wait. I'll keep practicing to do things my way. And when we're all ready, we'll go down there and we'll kill everyone.
We're going to do everything our way.
They're both so stupid, you're right.
It's like people's first fucking invention.
That's actually not as true as you think. It did take
That's
a
been
while.
an exaggeration, I know.
I was going to say, in the grand societal scale, currency's kind of late. We bartered for a long ass time. Anyway,
Put it this way, people in the Wild West didn't really have any use for Spanish doubloons besides gambling, because although it could buy you certain things from trade goods, those traders were few and far between. There was an awful lot more bartering than currency in the Wild West, and that wasn't that long ago.
for sure. With that said,
No, I understand that.
they've been at the guild for 2 weeks. Surely they have figured out how money works by this point.
Like, my 4-year-old and 6-year-old have a firm understanding of you have to have money to get things.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
To his credit, Pick is stupid. He's very stupid. Bless his heart, he's one of my favorites, but he is so dumb. Alright. He goes back to training. So what are you guys doing next? You're heading back off to help get the money.
Yeah, we're gonna steal a bunch of stuff from a dragon.
Well, that will come, but immediately next is me throwing boomerangs at your head.
He halfway through your sentence begins to swing at you. Subtract 6 from this, and it's not a great axe, it's a training staff.
Whoop, flip, flip, flip.
Does a 26 hit?
It fell off the platform. It's in the grass. How am I going to find it? It's in the grass.
Thunk. He holds
Daddy.
his punch, but you feel just a gentle knock of wood against your forehead. Too slow. See
I'm
an
gonna take
artificial
one
search
swing
and do
at.
that.
I'm gonna take one swing at Pick and take a swing with Map at Fetch.
Sure. That hits. That I assume misses.
That probably misses. Yeah.
Hey, no fair. 2-on-1. Come on.
Well, battle's not gonna be fair, Dad.
That's dirty,
True.
by the way. How did you get? Okay. All right. You know what? Dirty is how it works.
Right now, Sketch is sitting on the ground, trying to duct tape. It's called something to his boomerang. It's called a dwarven daisy.
Okay. What to do?
That's the funny part. Oh, it's a bomb. Yeah, I'm putting a bomb on my boomerang.
that is the greatest thing that I've ever heard. If that's how the kids are doing things these days, then maybe we should be listening. Eventually, you guys are able to regroup, head over to the portal, and teleport.
I will say that we'll be using magic, so we're going to have to be all hush hush.
Right.
I say before we go to the portal.
Right. As you're preparing to go through the portal. As you step through, even stepping through into the indoors environment of the Pyrrhic Tax and Customs Office, with a fire burning in the fireplace, you still are just immediately met with the cold chill of the mountaintop of the Great Mountain in Pi, the capital city of Avarice. You do see that Ledger Brother Dudley is sitting at the desk. I can't remember which of you have met him and who hasn't, but you see that there's kind of a portly old man with these like fleshy tiefling horns coming off from his forehead, who sees you all approach. He kind of looks around, looks over his shoulder, and looks back. Says, "Oh, you're all right. There's nobody here. Come on through." Where to today?
Oh, probably best. You don't know that, I suppose?
What a great answer. Saves me paperwork. Good luck.
This is my guy. Last time I was here, we did like a magic aura or something on these to make it like... Okay, I'll just check. It's been so long, I don't remember out of character what the setup was.
Yes.
But I just want to check in with him and see if like the setup is now sustainable or if he needs some more like spells cast or something.
Essentially, for another 2-ish weeks, it will appear to be offline. And as you, in fact, even as you stepped up to this back in the Guild Landfall office, a lot of people saw you, well, I assume you waited until nobody was looking. But if they had been there, they would have seen you walk into a deactivated portal and blip out of existence. And when you arrive here, you find yourself standing on what appears to be a deactivated portal. And you know, because you were the one who did this, that it'll remain that way for about another 2 weeks.
Lovely. Okay. I need to re-up that.
I don't have a coat for Mayor.
Oh, Mayor's so chilly.
It's okay. He's a black hole. He lives in the cold space.
Yeah, Fat, can you go do that real quick and then we'll vamp until you're...
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get on it. I'll get right on that. All right, what's the plan?
Go out of town. Because I'm not going to be able to cast this ritual out inside of town.
Perfect. Understood. It is worth mentioning that involves hiking down the steps, which is an ordeal. Let me get a survival check from somebody.
Am I there?
How far are these steps?
It's like a 2 or 3 hour walk down, if I remember, through freezing cold mountain. There's stairs. The DC here is not terribly difficult, but it is still unpleasantly cold the entire time. There are a few like weird little close calls with elementals. We're not going to play any combat because at this point the ones you run into are not a real challenge to you. But at the very least, it's not a pleasant, leisurely stroll down the mountain. You have to fight a couple of times. It's cold the whole time. Some of you are miserable by the time you get to the bottom. You're exhausted.
Whoa! Look at Fetch. Look at him dance. He has cold arms.
Forgot you have access to that token now.
What? You guys got cool. You guys got cool echo tokens. I don't want one.
Yes, suck it.
Where do I get mine?
Oh, do you not have yours? Hang on.
I got no.
Jane! Oh, I didn't do this
Horrifying
episode.
There you go, Jane.
Thank you
Finally
for
did it.
getting it in there.
Sorry, I started off the episode about being a Wexus-ass cat man. Look at her. Look at her arms.
Look, you guys in your
So many.
pathetic 2 to 3 arms.
When do I get one? Do I ever get one? I
What a-
probably can't have one.
What a great
That's
question.
okay.
Who knows?
I can't.
Wow,
go
we don't
crazy
even have our tails. That's weird. Why do you get so many
Yeah.
arms?
because she's a woman.
Oh, is that how that
Well,
works?
is that how that works?
Women have so many arms.
Okay.
That's a true fact about women, everyone.
Uh,
As we're trekking down this mountain, catch Baby Boy for a second and say, that big chronotriorite chunk that you got, are you keeping that in the bag of holding or something?
I have one here, yeah.
Do you think I could see it just for a second? I want to try a spell on it. I don't know if it's even going to work or not.
It's quite ginormous.
Yeah, I don't need to, like... Is it, like, I just think I need to touch it. Hold on. Yeah, I just need to put a hand on it if I can.
And what would that do? I only ask because last time I touched someone, it was really bad.
No, that's a fair question.
I missed the start of this conversation, and you're just asking him to pull it out and touch it. So.
No, you didn't miss anything.
Okay.
You probably know this spell, actually. It's more your school than mine. I was going to do an object reading on it.
Oh, I cannot do that, but I'm aware of it. Sure. Just be careful because it is. Yeah, I'll open the bag and you see this meter by 1 meter by 1 meter, just
Jesus.
maybe not a perfect cube, but it's just massive chunk of chronotririte.
Jane's eyes go full like Scrooge McDuck, like stretch out her head. And then yeah, she'll place her hand on it and cast object reading.
She casts Go Back in Time.
See you guys, campaign over for me.
This handed them to learn a piece of information about an emotional event that occurred involving the object within the past week, determined by the GM if you cast object multiple times. So, much like I've allowed with Ruko, I'm going to let you stretch this a bit by giving a spellcasting check to see if you can push just a little beyond what normally happens here.
Question.
Yes.
This is a spell that I'm getting from a occultism feat. My normal spellcasting is Arcana. I assume I need to do occultism for this.
Yes, if this is coming from occultism, I do need occultism.
Could I cast my Join Past since this is a lore check to help her?
This is not a lore check.
Not a lore check.
Right.
Okay. Or recall. It's not recall knowledge. Is it recall knowledge or no? Technically.
No, this is a spellcasting check.
Okay. I tried.
And for what it's worth, I don't know in or out of character if there have been more than one. I assume the biggest event that happened to this chunk of rock this week was Baby Boy stole it. I'm going to try to avoid that event and see if there's like a...
it.
Right, harvested it.
Wonderful. Okay, excellent. 23 on occultism is actually quite good. It's better than I was expecting. Emotional event within the past week.
Also, would love to pitch an argument that what does weak even mean for chronotririte?
Right, yeah. Yeah, I can't argue that. Jane, what is a dream?
A dream is a phenomenon where through natural processes your mind disconnects from your body and travels into the dimension of dreams and experiences events that take place in the dimension of dreams, which seem to be kind of linked to lived real events, though the true nature of them is not understood very well. It's not magical, but it is. It takes place in a real dimension, a place that does exist. Maybe place isn't the right word, but a dimension that does exist.
Okay, wonderful. What would a normal dream look like?
For Jane, it's an interesting question because she has not she hasn't had a normal dream since adopting this body.
Right.
The only dreams she has are magically induced.
Sure.
But when she thinks back about her dream, I don't know, I think it's in the way that when you think back about a dream that you had a long time ago, you only really remember the most intense ones, the most, I don't know, either traumatic or amazing or whatever. So I think Jane, remembering what dreaming was like, remembers it being extremely emotionally intense, sort of relivings of traumatic events, and also reimaginings of very emotionally intense events in real life. I don't know, I feel like the most intense dreams are finding yourself in a dangerous or traumatic situation and trying to work out how you would handle it, and never quite reaching a conclusion, where it's you're always on the verge of on the verge of finding some solution or on the verge of solving it, but the tension of it just continues and continues and continues. There's never resolution.
Wonderful. What a great answer. As you peer into this chronotriorite and do your best to try to fish out emotional events that happened to it in the past week, with the understanding that chronotriorite's understanding of a week is a little different, what you sense is the screaming anguish of about 45 million souls dying violently, confused, and all being drawn into this stone.
Jesus. Do I get a sense of identity on these souls? And more so even than just identity, I guess. If I can't get identity, great. But like, is this 45 million iterations of one soul, or is it the equivalent of a city being destroyed or something?
Sure. Give me a perception check.
If that's inside, it's less, but not 20.
They are distinctly unique. You're not sitting there counting 45 million people. There could be duplicates, but you see distinct faces of distinct people. What you notice about these people is that they are of all sorts of shapes and sizes. Many of them appear humanoid. Many of them appear bipedal. Many of them appear monstrous. Many of them appear winged. Many of them appear like multi-legged monsters. Many of them appear like, oh, that one looks like a fairy. Oh, that one looks kind of like a wolf creature, but his mouth runs all the way down his neck. Those two just look kind of like witches. And the thing that is consistent across all of them is that they are all gray. They're all colorless. They have not a drop of color anywhere on their persons. Some of them are wearing clothing, which is itself dulled, but you can see that there was once color on that shirt. It has just been dulled, as if it was left in the sun for too long. But their bodies, their flesh is entirely muted. And they don't know what's happening. It's like there was a sudden thing that caused this mass casualty. And at the brink of whatever this event was, they were all drawn into this rock.
Interesting. Does the gray sort of muted colorlessness of them, is it reminiscent of like Echo Fae, of like our sort of twisted amalgam forms?
Yeah, certainly tracks seem similar to that. Notably, they don't have the like twisted kind of tentacly slimy look, but it definitely tracks with your understanding of Echo Fae. They are almost across the board colorless. They're gray in color.
Kind of a weird question. Do I see creatures that I think you've kind of already answered this, I guess, that I don't recognize, that I'm like, I don't know what kind of creature that even is?
Certainly, yeah. There are a lot that you kind of do recognize, but like inevitably, there are a few in there like, what the hell is that? Like there are things here that you've never seen before.
Okay. Wild. Yeah, I think Jaden like pulls her hand back after experiencing that, kind of not what she was expecting.
What would you see? Sorry. Well, what'd you see?
I don't quite know. I guess I was expecting something concrete, maybe a emotional conversation had within range of this rock or something, but it was, I saw people and creatures and millions. I don't know if I can't. Countless faces and people confused and in agony. They were all gray and colorless, kind of like Echo Fae, but not quite. They weren't aberrant. I have no idea. I have no idea what I just saw. It seemed like a great, vast number of people and creatures suddenly suffered a terrible fate and don't know what that fate was, and somehow that has something to do with this rock.
I have a really wild question, a meta question, and not really meta, just a question from Mare maybe. Does this seem? I know he doesn't really have a lot of memory from like before he became a black hole, but does like any of this stuff with like people from a different dimension being, destroyed for energy sound anything similar to the end of the solar system he lived in?
None of this resonates as familiar to Mare. He has all sorts. He can theorize. He would sit here and theorize with you for a while. He's like, oh yeah, theoretically it's possible to move energy across dimensions, and this material seems to have some of those properties. Technically, it happens all the time. Anytime anybody does a Niromancy or casts a dream message spell, that's pushing energy across dimensions. But like the concept of this like mass scale apocalypse in another dimension, none of that really stands. He doesn't recognize that.
Gotcha. Well, perhaps we should keep on moving. That way we can finish our debriefing once we are on the move.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep moving.
Yeah, we still haven't had a chance to fully debrief yet.
All right,
You
guys are able to get down to the ground level in the city of Pi, which is still chilly and a little gray and overcast, but you're not at the top of a mountain anymore, so it's a little bit more comfortable and livable. By the time you get down there, it's a little like 2 p.m.-ish, roughly. People are starting to finish up their meals. We have a hand raise from Sketch. What's up?
I need to know if they have pie and pie because I need a pie from pie.
They do. They certainly do. They have both the dessert pie that Americans often think of, but they also have the historical feudal pie, which is a meat pie. It's in fact one of their staples.
It's so cold I need a meat pie in my mouth.
Oh yeah, you can get some, and you can get some good ones.
Hell yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, that wasn't that urgent, but it was also urgent.
No, I understand. That is absolutely worth an urgent hand raise for sure. We have an urgent hand raise from Biscuit. What's up?
Do they come in hand pies?
Yes, absolutely.
Can I get a deep fried meat hand pie?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want two more meat hand pies to keep my hands warm while we're walking.
Baby, I got you. I was just about to order like 9 of those babies.
Yeah.
They them to die in the wilderness.
As we reach like the bottom of the mountain and the brothers Atch are talking about pies, I will just say, let's keep our heads kind of low in the city. I mean, get your pies, don't get me wrong, but they're a little touchy around here. Be careful don't cast any magic.
Yes, we're going to have to sneak off the city to do what I need to do.
We should probably get out of the city as quick as we can after we get our pies for the road.
I know where we're at. These are the people that poison their population.
Oh yeah, you've been here. I couldn't remember if you were here for the pie party.
Yeah, he went
the
the
other
direction.
My soulmate.
Right.
She's so smart. She's so pretty. She's so old.
Atch, give me a luck check. Just give me a good old D100. Perfect. Carry on.
Well.
All right.
Yeah, who knows?
Let's go.
The pies will keep us warm.
True.
Sketch, I will need you. Or, Sketch, I'm going to need your help though. So you might need to put down those pies for a bit once we get out of the city.
Okay. I can just put them in my pockets. That's fine. I've got the extra dimensional pocket for this one. So I'll just put all the pies in one pocket on his cloak. They all should not fit in there, but they do. So what am I doing? You're doing the ritual?
Yeah. So first off, don't say that out loud. And we're going to wait until we're out of the city.
I forgot.
We just talked about this.
seconds
I
ago.
was focused on the pies, so
I'm aware. Focus on the mission.
So
my mission
make
at
our
the
way out of
time
the
was
city.
pie.
Yeah, you guys are able to make your way out of the west gate of the city. You are not given any sort of trouble. You get a couple of looks like, oh, those people aren't from in town, but nobody like stops you. Nobody harasses you. The guards let you out. Totally fine. You're able to get past the wall and out into the countryside.
Yeah, I'll
A
probably
lot of
walk.
people do stop to gawk and say how cute Tex is in his little parka.
True. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him. Once you're outside, you get a little distance from the wall, so you're not being observed by anybody.
I'm gonna try to go a little bit up, as this is gonna take an hour to do.
Understood. Yeah, you take a little bit of a hike out into the misty countryside along one of the highways. You do know that basically, as long as you go west, there shouldn't be a lot of combat. It's all owned by either Thernaliax or somebody that is a vassal of Thernaliax. Most of the combat doesn't happen over on this side of town. Or this side of the country, I should say.
Now, this ritual is costly. I will happily take some donations to help foot the bill.
I have 1 gold and 1 silver.
Kind of like eyes the rest of you.
Well, I
What
just
do I
spent,
get out of this ritual?
We get to travel in 1 day versus 3.
I will donate my labor.
I'll need Sketch's labor, unless you know how to craft or drive a vehicle.
I was going to go get a job making pies and then pay. What are you talking about?
I've got 14 gold. That's it, though.
All right.
How much do you need?
It's just 50. I will foot the bill. Maybe we can make up for it when we get there. Now,
You can have 10.
Alright.
That's like a fifth of it. That seems reasonable.
thank you. That's very kind.
I pull out a bag of about 500. 1, 2, 3. You said 50?
Yes.
All right, here you go.
I'll take 30. How much is he giving me? I don't want to take too much from him. Like, I'm not going to take all 50 from him.
You can take 40 from him, and I'll take my 10 back.
Are you okay with that, bitch?
This bag of shiny and foul tasting rocks means absolutely nothing to me. Take it.
Oh my god, Fetch, you just used it to buy pie. You just used it to buy pie.
I was supposed
Alright.
to pay for that?
I will take 40 from him so that I don't have to pay 10 gold for this ritual. Now, I pull out a tiny toy carriage, a little horse statuette, some rare incense, and a feather. All right, Fetch. You can craft, correct? I'm under the assumption that Sketch has crafting. Right?
Yeah, I do. Sorry, I had to go back and pay for the pies.
Okay. Now, while I do this, I need you to envision what this carriage is going to look like. I would prefer it if it has like a nice sea of pillows inside so we can lounge, be comfortable. It would be quite a ride. And then you're due to do this chant. It'll tell you some chant, and then I will do the rest. And I'm going to cast Mystic Carriage. So this is going to be an hour-long ritual. Sketch will need to make a crafting check. I believe you said it's 5 less?
5 less than the
second?
normal DC. Yep.
So you need to make at least the DC 16. A critical success gives me a +2 circumstance bonus. Success does nothing. A failure is a -4 penalty, and a worse than that is even worse.
Good luck.
It's a degree of yeah.
Ooh, killing it.
But did it.
Cool. A success. All right. Now, I'm going to roll this one. Now, I have a quick question, in fact, just because I'm not sure how this cultist cowl works. It does give me an item bonus to their occultism check, and I also gain an item bonus to all skill checks and attempting for a ritual. Is it like 1, or do they both combine?
You use whichever one is bigger.
They're both the same. Okay,
Gotcha.
so I get a
Then
+2
just one.
from that, a +2. I also get a +2 circumstance bonus because of my other thing. All right.
Yep. It is
So-
also worth mentioning, Sketch had to be the secondary caster because it is mandatory for this ritual Somebody can also try to just help you with your occultism check if they are also good at occultism.
Is that allowed?
I was gonna say I was about to ask that because I got good occultism.
Yes, if you're good at occultism, you can also just help him on his check, even if you're not doing the secondary check.
I'll help.
Perfect. The DC here is 21.
I can offer you a nature check. Take it or leave it.
Ooh.
So that is an additional +1 circumstance on top of your item bonus. So I think you have a +3.
I already have it. I already have a +2 circumstance bonus.
Oh, just kidding. Then that did nothing. Can't stack advantage.
Wow.
Yep. So sorry.
Wow.
All right. So I think I have a +10 to this. So that's correct. Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. No way I
wonderful.
can get a No way I can get a critical success, unfortunately. But I create a of carriage. I will say the name of the keep. It will then grow into that one. After we are all on it, it will move on its own. It moves at the speed of a riding horse, so it can move 48 miles every 8 hours.
Wonderful. Except I assume it doesn't tire.
Doesn't
It's
say it
magical.
does. It's magical.
Love it.
And then if anyone gets off, it will stop. If the road is blocked, it will stop until we unblock the road. And it will go down roads and trails. And then once it gets there, it'll.
Love it.
We have to
Once
walk
unported, Mystic Carriage sets out at the speed of 60 feet, heading unerringly towards its destination using whatever roads and trails are available. All right. This thing begins to, waits for all of you to get aboard.
Yeah. Hopefully, also, I probably should have told Sketch, make it look not stand outish.
Right. That was about to be your next question. If you get to decide the appearance of this thing, what's it look like?
It doesn't say it can't. We can't, but
it's magic. I assume you can shape it a little.
Sketch is doing the crafting version of it. I'm just imbuing with magic. He gets to choose what it looks like. I'll just request that there's like a foot deep pile of like pillows, like a ball pit, but for pillows inside, so that we can just lounge around in pillows.
Okay.
Jane,
Go ahead.
how come you were? Do you remember? Maybe about 45 minutes ago, you were warning me, "Hey, don't use magic." And I said, "I've been here before." And then
that's why I'm doing it off the road and out of sight. Out of
and
town.
then now we're animating a magical carriage. Like, what's?
So
you help me
above
put the
the
pieces
board,
together?
when I talked to Feck outside of this, he said that you guys had a slip of paper from the church saying that we are on a mission that would make it more acceptable.
Jane might be about to explain that. Let's hear it.
Yeah, we do have special permission. Mostly, though, I mostly meant in the city. I think out here in the wilderness, our odds are a little bit better. I suspect we won't even need the writ, but if we do, we've got it.
Our odds of freezing to death are much better. These pies are already cold.
True. I may actually have something that can help with that. In fact, I don't know if you'll allow this or not, but I'm going to try it.
What you got?
This is the spell that I got today as like my free spell from lay siphoning. Can I just make the interior of this place cozy and warm and magically imbued with comfort?
I have to be...
Combine my cozy cabin with this carriage?
Right, I have to be so careful about letting you make a moving cozy cabin. But I think that this is reasonable, especially because what you're putting it onto is also a magical construct. Give me a pretty easy Arcana check. I'm going to put this at like a DC 13.
Already did give you an occultism check.
No problem. So easy.
Easy. So easy. Yeah, I will let you put your little cozy cabin into this to make the interior of it very comfortable.
Lovely. We have a nice, warm, cozy, warmed pillows.
Now, importantly, this does fit 4 people, so we're really lucky that Tex is a small cat.
True.
Hey, Sketch, when you're done with your pies and they're not warm anymore, you can eat them.
They're so good if you eat them while they're warm, just so you know.
They are better if you eat them warm. Yeah.
All right. Before we get into all the studying, he pulls out a giant stack of books from the library. Perhaps we should discuss what happened on our missions.
Yeah. Yours is probably simpler, so why don't you go first?
Oh, I'd much rather hear yours first.
Here, I got something. I picked this up earlier. He'll dig around one of his pockets, pull out the pie, put it back in, dig in a different pocket. and pull up a little vial. I've got a potion of shared memories. I can just think about the whole situation down there with the machines and the alternate persons and
Wonderful. So that covers about a minute, which will absolutely be like, the fight in the final room. Obviously, Lush was not here out of character, so you'll still need to feel him.
Oh, I also
fill him
didn't
in.
watch the episode, so I have absolutely
Right.
no idea what happened.
okay.
I know that you guys fought a bird to get some like stuff from a train because it was like ripping up the insides. I know that part.
Yeah. Essentially, when we get to the last room part of the story, we will flag it and we'll say, Baby Boy, you experienced this next part incredibly vividly. But I guess go ahead and start telling the story from, earlier, because that only covers about a minute memory.
Right.
And feel free to paraphrase. We don't need to play this out as much as you guys would like.
Oh boy, where do we start?
Watch the episode.
I get all comfortable with fire pillars.
I don't remember anything before the train, so what did we do before that?
The train is pretty much where we started. Wandered through the jungle till we found a train that got us to Liberty.
You just gotta cut out the part where I fixed the train.
Right.
It's an important
Yeah,
part of the
cut
story.
that part
Not at
out.
all.
That's really important,
It's
Jane.
important.
I've noted
Very
Yeah,
it.
important part. Took the train under a mountain where there was an unbelievably enormous chunk of still stone. Anyway, none of this is all that salient. The point is, we got to Liberty, and ended up finding out that Rita was in jail for some bogus crime and was basically being held by a police force that's pretty much in Tesseract's pocket. And that they had been taking her to a facility once a week, the same day we've been having our shared dreams, through a magic painting in the sheriff's office. So we went through that painting, found ourselves in this hidden Tesseract facility in the... Well, that's not quite true. The painting led to Tesseract's headquarters, and then there was a portal in the headquarters that led to the secret facility. 2 portals. Anyway, we found this facility where they were doing all kinds of experiments. When she pulled up her stack of papers, like I said, still have not had enough time to figure out what it was all about. But the short version is they are tampering with dimensional magic using essentially countless reiterations of people transferred through dimensions to torture them and harness the symphony the sympathy that generates. Basically sending that sympathy back in time then by just a few seconds and using it to fuel the creation of an enormous war machine. All of this is being done for some client, seemingly in Immer, although we don't know specifically who.
And Immer is a city where?
Immer is a country. It's on the opposite side of the globe from us. They don't have magic. It's in the magical sort of... Yeah.
So
the sort of dead pole.
In theory, they're stealing magic from other areas.
Kind of. It seems like they hired Tesseract to create this war machine for them. Here's the Cliff Note version, and I hand you over. I have this stack of like hundreds of pages of paper and detailed schematics and stuff, but I hand you over just a couple sheets of paper that were clearly like talking points, brief bullet points for somebody to give a presentation about what was going on at the facility. Since they were going to give a presentation, or maybe they did, I'm not sure, to the president of Immer, the premier of Immer. I can't remember what his title is, but the leader of Immer. So Tesseract is doing dimensional magic, torturing people infinitely many times in alternate dimensions to generate energy. The people specifically that they were using, that they were torturing for this, were Rita and Switch. Rita was still there, locked in one of the machines that had been turned off. Switch was not there anymore, and the machine itself was not there anymore. We've since found out that it was essentially it burrowed its way out of that facility and made its way seemingly to its destination, where it's now. Well, you were there for the rest of that conversation. It's moving along the coast.
Yes.
With
And then
the
Mary will
fleet.
Mary will speak up. That explains what was in the box.
What box?
The one that made you change into an echo. I cannot say no more, but it fits with this.
Right. Wait, never mind. Not going to ask that question.
It was
Yeah.
the box that Cass was sent to take to Grim.
No, I know the box. I didn't know that it. Anyway, I think that about sums it up. There's way more to it than that. But after we rescued Rita, we were assailed by an army of Echo Fae looking amalgams. I don't know if they were Echo Fae actually, but seemingly the alternate versions of these tortured people, alternate versions of Rita, dozens, maybe even hundreds of them, attacked us, so we had to flee. And after we fled...
Oh, like that?
Yeah, like that.
No.
Yeah, well, if I can just show you, right?
As we were trying to flee, we were caught in our escape by Susanna Bowers, who is, well, as you know now, higher up in Tesseract and kind of their dual-purpose front person and computer, or record keeper. We battled her and her lackeys and escaped with the top half of her while we lit fire to Tesseract's headquarters and left it in flames. And the result of that, of course, was that we needed to get out of Dodge quickly, so went and retrieved Booker and came home. I think that's about the gist of it.
That does cover about the gist of it. The part that is vivid is the fight against all the amalgams. That part is demonstrated to you vividly thanks to the potion that Sketch shares with you. And there is one detail that wasn't described just now that you do see vividly in the fight, which kind of explains a little bit of the tension that's been going on. You see that start fighted because suddenly a bunch of amalgams showed up who kind of maybe looked like Fetch and Sketch's mom. They sort of deduced oh, this used to be her, or this is her and she's transformed, or something like that, except there's 4 of them, and they're angry, and they're turning into big gloopy monsters. But over the course of the fight, they worked pretty hard to isolate one of them, do a bunch of, diplomacy and magic at it to see if they could communicate with it, and were, for a short time, able to communicate with it. It was confused, it wasn't really sure what was going on, but it was friendly towards Fetch and Sketch at least. And they all kind of, or at least Fetch and Sketch were kind of oh, this is our mom, we need to help her. While Tex and Jane were kind of no, this is an amalgam, it's an echo, something's wrong, it's a monster. And there was there was confusion about what to do and whether they should protect this thing or leave it or kill it. So there was some very heat of the moment, lot of shit is going on, what do we do with this thing that may or may not be Fetch and Sketch's mom?
Gotcha.
And a certain someone might have tried to kill her.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, that is a very key detail. So I will say, Jane did not omit that. Isaac forgot.
Sure.
Part, but yes, Jane does include that part. And yeah, Tex tried to murder her. So we were
right.
Yeah.
I'll kind of rub my chin and be like, you mean kind of like what happened to Rita when she tried to transform in?
Yeah. Well, I guess I didn't see
Well,
that.
you weren't there. I guess most were Fetch.
I wasn't sure whether that was my mom or not until after.
Yes, but what I mean is how Rita started to transform. I assume that what she was similar. Black eyes.
So. Yeah. Give me a perception check, Fetch.
Oh, I'm fantastic at those.
I believe in you.
I passed.
Probably. Yeah, you passed. As you think back to your memory of watching Rita start to transform, the way that her arm twisted and turned gray and slimy and sort of tentacle-like was definitely very similar. That you imagine that it's a very similar effect.
Yeah, 100%. Can I use gouging claw to turn my arm into a tentacle? Like for a round?
Maybe. Is it? What's gouging claw? Talk to me.
It turns your arm into a beast's arm, like a giant claw.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
So I'll just go noodle arm on you. Like, they look like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that looks much like an echo or an echo of someone.
We didn't
Meaning
know...
that these people were touched by forbidden knowledge of some sort. Perhaps even having been moved through a dimension to a new one. Maybe it's too much for a mind to take.
The amalgams, or the echoes, I guess, we weren't sure if they were the people, or if they had their memories, or if they had their, I don't know, souls, identities. We just didn't know, so we...
My understanding is they
kept
have
one of
souls. The memories, it's a little bit iffy on. Their minds get broken.
It was dicey.
So we talked to her for a while. She seemed to have at least some inkling of Switch, of the real Switch in there. She recognized Fetch and Sketch, and she was able to control her sort of rage long enough to... I don't know. It wasn't...
She knew she loved us, she said, but then she got splatted, which was unfortunate because we had tried really hard to not get her killed.
Yeah.
How did she splat? I assume that I see the splatting.
You saw the splat vividly too. One of the really, really big amalgams was like one-shotting things, and it just one-shot splat her against a wall as they were running away.
Yeah, they were the big ones were absorbing the smaller ones and getting stronger and more powerful with each smaller one they destroyed and absorbed. It was insanely dangerous. We would not have survived if it weren't for my wand of web.
You see the fight vividly, and honestly, there's a little truth to that.
I mean, there's always like at least 70% truth to whatever Fetch says.
Right, it's based on truth.
Right.
Yeah.
He just stretches it. All right.
Which I overcharged in a dramatic fashion.
Hell yeah, it was great.
Is this going to be a problem between you guys now?
Chain
yeah.
works around them.
But we'll friends work on problems, but yeah, it's not a problem. Speaking of which, aren't you a member of some order whose job it is to control the spread of forbidden knowledge?
Oh, no. I'm just a pet.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and also I don't think my master's even part of it. He just kind of is like their subordinate. They're like his employees, or not employees, clientele.
I didn't expect the answer, and I'm completely disarmed.
I'll get over it. I'm not mad at Jane. I'm just mad at the situation and upset that my mom's being tortured a million times and other things that I don't want to talk about with present company.
Yes. Well, when I talked to Rita, she didn't remember meeting me. And I'm now wondering whether or not I met her or if I met a different version of her.
All the different versions of her that we saw, and that different versions of anyone that we've seen, have been almost mindless echo-fey amalgams of some sort. Nothing has seemed to be any kind of person. I mean, I know that even Kaz said that on one of his adventures he saw something that looked like me, but all amalgamed up like that.
All I know is that the librarian right now is keeping a door closed, keeping something at bay. I'm wondering now if it is something from these other dimensions.
If it's the librarian's responsibility, this forbidden knowledge spread into our world and got in the hands of Tesseract, then the librarian has some responsibility for helping. That's what I think.
Well, your thinking is based off of purely theory. But perhaps. Well, perhaps I should... Is that all?
I think that about sums it up.
And then, of course, you found Booker.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't lost. We knew where he was. Actually, before we even went into Tesseract and into the sheriff's office and all that, we saw him first, checked in with him, and but yeah, I didn't feel like it was safe for him to stay there anymore after we burnt down Tesseract's headquarters and left in a blaze of glory.
Specifically using his apple hooch to do so.
Specifically with his own apple hooch, yes.
True.
Understood. Well,
Oh, when you imagine the flames, there some of them were colored too, just for your mental image's sake.
ooh, what color?
I will say, Jane does not mention the part where they the rest of this group learned about Donnie and such. I don't. Oh, does Baby Boy know about Donnie? I can't remember.
I have a theory that you haven't done that. You
Okay, but I haven't,
had a child that died in the train, but you haven't said it to me.
Yeah,
Understood. She leaves. She
couldn't help but
omits
notice
that
you
part.
also left out all of the exploits of Cooter Brown.
Well, it's time sensitive, but yes, Cooter
It's
Brown.
not time sensitive. We have 24 hours until we get there.
No, I meant for in real life purposes.
It's almost midnight.
Right.
Retelling every moment of the story.
Right.
Gotcha.
I imagine the twins take the time to fill in the blanks on the rest of the journey because they don't think Jane's story was good enough.
Yeah, basically, you're listening to Jane, and we're interjecting with the randomest, stupidest crowd.
For sure.
Right.
All right.
Jane delivers you the facts, and they deliver the sort of pizzazz.
Yeah.
Guess it's time for me to share my side of the story. Well, we're able to get to the old growth, set up a trap deep inside the cave, as well as gathering a fair amount of the chronotridite. As I said, the trap set up down there. Got I forget what it's called, a little a hunting lookout set up. And it was right around that time, as we were finishing that up, that we heard an army coming from the west. So I know names. Her name starts with an S.
Is it
Sensing an
Verilla?
S. No, the raccoon.
Oh, Dirge.
Dirge. I was not close at all.
Nope, not in the middle. S is red, D is blue.
Dirge.
Wow.
Dirge went and looked it up, and it looked like a whole bunch of the big F people coming this way. So I went in, waited at the hideout. She came in, explained it, and that is when a fox appeared. He looks over at a sketch with some heterochromia and walks right over to us. Our guest had come to the old growth.
Oh.
We chatted back and forth. I tried to get information out of him, and I think he tried to get some out of me, and maybe even tried to get me to do something for him. But he's quite aware that the librarian is in a dire situation, and tried to convince me that joining him would be a way to save him. He also implied that me taking care of, Pharonexavax? Was it close?
Yep, Pharonexavax.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, that was actually really impressive.
I deserve a hero point.
Sure. Take one your hero point at midnight.
um,
You have mine.
implying I have one right now. Implying that it would possibly be beneficial to him. He tried to teleport away, and I disabled the portal. We got into a bit of a scuffle, but I was able to learn a bit about his techniques. His magic works much like mine. A few things that I noticed is obviously he has the ability to teleport. He also has the ability to turn invisible, but he casts at the 4th level, so he has fairly strong magic equal to what I have right now. He also has the ability to do warp step, much like I do, as well as a spell that can shield your mind. It's a mind. I forget exactly what it's called.
Animus Mind.
Animus Mind, but it means that if someone tries to do any mental magic to you, it backfires and can attack them back. And he's also able to do this thing where it's like a visual dazzle fog thing that is it distracts you. I was able to get a good hit on him. But eventually he just spent his entire time running away while invisible.
Hmm.
So we waited, and Jared and I, when the spell went off, went back to the portal. I cast a spell again, and I shut down the portal. That portal is it might be up now, but I shut it down for some time, forcing Argus to be stuck on that side. I suspect that he was using it as a shortcut. I suspect that he has a portal somewhere else. He also did state that it being regrown was bad for him at least. He liked that it was being destroyed. I have a feeling that the other portal might be in Kite. There's that bathhouse, a closed bathhouse with water.
Of course.
Perhaps after this we can go. I would like to check it out, and if so, maybe even lock that one too, or even see if there's an old growth on the other side that our friend Foster can take a look at. Let's see. Oh yeah, then we left because we locked the portal. And then I set up. Well, I had all this dynamite. I didn't get to set up the second trap, so we set up the second trap outside in the water. And then we were like, bye, and then we left. And then later that night we heard a and I'm pretty sure that Federal Activax is probably really unhappy about it. That's probably the distraction. I also did a thing where I did technically really mess up the memories of that little fox spirit that I saved. So he's under the impression that we are his allies and that Argybidevex betrayed him. Also, that Afef killed all his people.
I can't understand a word he said. I love it. I love listening to it.
Right. I almost typed the exact same thing. Like, I'm only understanding about a third of what's being said here. And I get more with context clues, but it's so entertaining to listen to.
At what point did you guys stop understanding what I was saying?
Whole time.
Well, no, hang on. I want to make it clear. I know exactly what you're saying. I understood every word. Fetch has no idea. That's an in-character statement.
So I think I mostly followed. I'm missing a shitload of the detail because I wasn't in the right. I don't know who like half these NPCs are because I wasn't in the group that went to the old growth to begin with.
Right.
But it's all good. I think
Dirge is just I had two hirelings. I hired a raccoon lady to be my little trapper, and I hired an Urson to be my little shirtless mine guy.
Yeah, you brainwashed a little fox.
I did. He's currently at the library, and he's under the impression that he's been betrayed by Articus, and that I have helped him. Actually, I don't know. I know that.
Wait, the library, like the one you're trying to go back to? How'd he get there?
No. My tiny does the library. I don't know if you got a chance to read the memory alteration that I did.
I did. I read through it. I have not processed it yet, but it's happened. It has gone through.
Yeah. Just for the people who are not spec, pretty much I made it so that one of the nights when we were sitting on the campfire, he was unbound, so we can eat like a bird or something. Baby boy heard a noise, wander off, and he could hear an argument in Argus's voice. So him, Dirge, and the Ursine snuck over and saw Argus and him arguing. He couldn't understand what they're saying, but then Argus saw him and tried to attack him. Baby boy defended him and then chased him off. And then it kind of explained that pretty much Argus was pretty much just saying that he didn't have room for failure. Why was he protecting him? And pretty much that baby boy, appearing to be a servant of Argus, should have killed him, and that baby boy betrayed Argus to save him. It's really manipulative and really fucked up.
Sure is.
But
we have a minion now, sort of, kind of.
Yeah.
For the record, where is he right now?
I didn't bring him with us. I left him back, saying that he'd be safe there.
Okay, got it.
And I left him with there's some birds in the woods if you need to kill them. And
Perfect.
I had to tell someone there, so if anyone, I probably told
Argumentavex.
Grim. Oh, I told Argumentavex, yeah, but I probably told Grim that someone.
Oh, you left him at the Landfall campus. Got it. Understood. And you told Bill about him. Perfect. Good to know.
I told Bill because someone needs to be able to keep an eye on him, but also I need to keep him around.
Got it. Okay.
And then after that, we're going to Argumentavex's keep. Theft is doing better. Argumentavex will keep us updated with that. He has a wife or something, which is just super annoying. I think that's pretty much it, though.
So where did Argus end up? Where is Argus now?
he was trapped in that Fey area. I have no idea. It was going to be too difficult to track him with how he was getting around, especially with the army closing in on us. I didn't want to deal with the dragon and Argus at the same time. We might beat him there.
Yeah,
We might
makes
meet him
sense.
there. But my theory is that he was using this dimension, this plane, as a fast travel point. Perhaps he had a portal, and the points between this portal and the old growth that we know of is shorter on that plane. He was able to pop out and go from there because he was heading from the west towards the portal, and he did not follow us through.
Got a pie?
Yeah, I would like a pie.
Yeah, here you
I
go.
also found out that I think he hated me a lot, which I kind of had a feeling, but it's just rude to say.
A sketch to it. Yeah.
I feel like okay, maybe boy kind of looks over the sketch and it's just like, I know it's a lot.
You got a good hit on him though.
Oh yeah, he was bleeding for quite some time.
That's good.
I almost had that bitch still. It's fine.
You better not kill him without me. I'll be pissed at you.
Oh, I did not plan to kill him. That's letting him off too easy.
Okay.
That is the guy you want me to kill for you, right?
No. Did I ever say I wanted you to kill somebody?
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. I don't want you to do it.
All right.
I'm more concerned with you not killing certain people.
Yes. Well, in the meantime, guys, if you'd wish to, I do have this book on twins and magic, hoping to see if there's what I can look up for the connection that he might be needing of you. You're more than welcome to read it. I have not even started reading any of these books.
Well, what's it written in?
Common.
Yeah, mostly common. There's a couple of them, especially the necromancy one, that dip into a lot of Pyrrhic for the magic bits, but like the rest is common.
Yeah, I think I have a book. Let's see. They're probably not all that good, but in case any of you are interesting, I'm assuming I was able to get at least a book, even if it's not useful on all of these subjects.
Yeah, even on the Nat one, you would find like a book. It just might not be
on
useful.
the one that I got a Nat one on, Mayor got a pretty good roll on.
Gotcha. I will take a look at that between sessions.
Yeah, so in case people want to, should I go ahead and tell them what I? Oh yeah, so I looked into
Magic
of magic,
familiar.
planes of existence, with those closest to the material plane, like Feywilds, Echo Fey, undead curses, undead and curses of the sea, necromancy one around and necromancers of history, dimensions of dreams, the link, rituals and how rituals and events about involving rituals and interplanetary travel, mostly because teleportation eventually lets you to go to different planets, and I want to go see Mare. So eventually you can go anywhere in the universe, and I want to go over there.
What if he
And maybe
devours
the moon?
Anywhere in the galaxy. Small asterisk. Okay.
It says universe, I'm pretty sure.
You guys continue down the path, the cart unerringly traveling on its own without needing to be steered. I did ask earlier what the inside looks like. What's the outside of this thing look like? Does it look unusual is what I'm asking. Does it look like it stands out, or is it a pretty normal carriage for this environment?
This is all sketch.
Well, he asked me to make it not stand out, but I also don't know if I've seen very many carriages.
If you want advice, I could have given you some.
Yeah, if you could. Go ahead.
Even just walking around in Pi, you got like a little bit of a vibe. If you want, you can give me like either crafting or stealth.
Can it have like animated wooden spider legs, for altering reversal?
Listen, I would love nothing more than for it to have something like that, but that would definitely stick out.
It might stick out a little. Yeah, Sketch, you're able to do an extremely convincing job of making the most boring, mundane-looking carriage that you can.
On the outside, the inside looks cool.
Inside
there's
is
a bunch
sick.
of pillows.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then for the ride, I'm assuming for this tomorrow, but I'm going to be reading the books. Mayor's going to be reading the books. I made it so he can move his arms now, and by arms I mean space.
Perfect.
I don't know.
Love it. Yeah, he can make like a little tendril of gravity. Essentially, it can be like an invisible Rayman hand if you want, or you can make a little tendril of darkness that comes out and manipulates things.
I just like to look like weird distorted space.
Love that.
I mean, galaxies famously have arms, right?
True, that is true.
It's true.
I always try to find responsibility in things.
I think I covered everything that baby boy got up to.
Oh, you have got to answer Tex's question. I need
Oh,
to
wait,
hear
sorry,
the answer to that.
What did he say?
This is for Fetch.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Why do you always try to find responsibility in things?
Because somebody has to be responsible.
Do they?
If nobody's responsible, then nobody can pay.
Maybe there isn't anybody to pay. Maybe shit just happens.
It's not the world I want to live in. If nobody will pay, I'll pay.
It's easier for him if he can point a finger at something and try to go hit it.
If a boulder is rolling down a hill toward your tent, you don't blame the boulder, but you also don't stay in the tent. It doesn't matter if there's someone to blame. There are slavers to stop. Does that make sense?
But you just said that you needed to blame someone.
Well, Sketch said that. Blaming people, in this case, blame is perfectly acceptable. But even if there's no blame to be handed out, no responsibility to be obtained or to be possessed by anybody, this stuff's got to stop. Somebody's got to stop it. I don't have a village to go home to, Tex. What else am I going to do?
I don't know. I was just curious.
God bless this cat. The carriage continues down the road, unmolested, unbothered. Every now and then you hear the flap of giant wings going overhead, but nothing stops. Every now and then you pass by men on horseback or merchants traveling with a donkey and a cart. Some of them take notice of the fact that your cart seems to just be moving itself, but this is avarice. Magic is here. They just assume you're a noble of some sort, probably. And nobody stops you. Eventually it gets late into the night, and about the halfway point, as you come across this river, some of you start to get sleepy. You've been up for a long time. It's been a long couple of days. The carriage will go on its own if you want it to. Do you stop the carriage and make camp somewhere, or do you just continue to ride it out?
I think we can do it right. That's why we have all these pillows in here. We
Yeah,
can just have
it
like one
drives
person keep
itself.
watch.
Perfect.
Yeah, might as well just take turns keeping watch.
Excellent.
I know we'll do this between sessions, but just FYI, the whole drive outside of bits where we're having conversations, Jane's looking through all this paper, and specifically she's looking for what are the chronomantic mechanisms happening here and how do I exploit them? Which we'll sort through those notes between sessions, I presume.
But I made a note to take a look at that. I'll probably get some rules from you at some point.
We can make a time bomb.
Enjoy trying to study in a pillow puddle.
Absolutely.
Honestly, best place to study.
Yeah.
She probably dozes. She's not the one who gets first watch or whatever because she dozes off with her papers on her chest reading.
Makes so
Baby
much
boy
sense.
is in his element.
Is there, and I understand that this is kind of a hand-tilty question, but we're all adults and I trust all of you. Does everybody eventually sleep a little bit?
Yes.
Does anybody not sleep overnight?
Well, I don't know. You've been asking us about dreams all day, so
Yeah, I understand.
Dreams.
I understand the hand tilt here. I just trust you all to be adults.
One very minor point of order. Yeah. If we get to the point where I'm going to bed and it's clear that our travel day is over, I'm going to cast this at 4th level so that I can contact up to 10 creatures.
Okay.
And just reach out to the rest of our party with a bit of a status update,
Love
essentially.
It. Perfect. Got it.
I don't do it by word here, but just let them know where we're at. What's up?
Absolutely. Will do. Wonderful. Then eventually, taking watch orders so that there's always somebody awake to be aware, each of you catches a little bit of shut-eye in here. Tex, when it is your turn to go to sleep, I need a will save, please.
happily. Do I know the DC?
Yeah, probably. Let me go look.
It's radiation sickness again.
Funsies. That was a con save.
That was a con save, you're
Which
correct.
is actually my worst save.
True. You, as you drift off to sleep, This is probably not a terribly unfamiliar feeling, and I'll even let you know up front before you make the save. You feel an intrusion into your dream. This is not a natural dream. There's some sort of a magical dream that is about to happen. And if you wanted to, you could not resist, but if you choose to resist, the DC is going to be 21.
There's a 1/3 chance of success.
Good luck.
I'll fail.
Okay. Delightful. Then
Who do I kill?
nobody. Yet. You slip into a dream where you find yourself surrounded by flames. Burning trees, bodies, corpses, grief, pain, anguish, nothing of any beauty, nothing of any good. And as you look around in this inferno, the only place that is not obfuscated by flame and smoke is straight up where you see the twin suns beating down on you. And as you look up and see them, you see a large shape beginning to drift down towards you from the sun. Almost like a cloak of stars, but horns begin to peer out from beneath the cloak, and then a pair of eyes, vertical instead of horizontal, beads of light from the darkness, and skittering legs that seem to just ride their way down. Until eventually, standing unharmed in the flames in front of you, is the familiar visage of Somnum. And I think this is where we'll pick up next session.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Gang. What a sesh.
Yeah.
Well, hey, if the stream's still going, everybody join us tomorrow for Spirit and Salt episode
Hell
2.
yeah! 2 p.m. Eastern?
Yay!
2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, be
YouTube.
there. God, I'm so excited. We'll be off Wildfolk next
Same.
week. We should be back the week after that, I believe.
But this group will be off again.
It's gonna be so weird playing again.
True, you've been like in a side group or I say a side group, you've been waiting for your shot to get the solo session done for a long time and for everything to kind of catch back up. It's good to have you back.
Thanks.
Yeah.
This group is so much funnier than the other one.
I don't know about that. I feel like they're
Personally
clear.
offended, and also you're in the other one too. So don't.
I know. That's why I'm good to say it.
Yep. The chuckliest of chuckle fucks here.
Yeah, so you
What?
two are the funny ones.
Oh, I'm the funny one?
You guys are the funny guys.
Fuck.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burnt us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men become